Driving collaboration.
Volcanic lake in the world. The impressive Mandalika, designed not only as an ecotourism destination, but also as an international sports destination for events such as MotoGP in upcoming years. Likupang, a marine tourism spot with fantastic beaches and breathtaking underwater vistas. Indonesia has always been famous for its abundant natural resources, and especially spices. Indonesian spices used to be the most significant commodity in Europe around the 14th century, and kick-started what we know as global trade today. The largest archipelagic country with diverse cultures, Indonesia's spirit of tolerance is embraced through a sense of belonging. our diverse 270 million strong population also means unlimited opportunities and yes, many more golden talents to come. Do you know that more than 190 million Indonesians are active internet users? With all that digital power in hand, Indonesia is becoming home to 2,219 startups, which is predicted to grow up to eightfold from $44.4 billion in 2020 to $319 billion by 2030. This is an exciting time for Indonesia to race ahead and welcome the future. You may have also heard on the news, Indonesia is predicted to shake up the world by being the 5th biggest economy on its 100th anniversary. In the meantime, we are building a more advanced manufacturing, a more just and fair trade system, more sustainable products, and focusing on empowering our entrepreneurs big and small. With all this in the works, can you imagine how amazing the future would be? I am certainly proud of my motherland, Indonesia. It is truly a country unlike any other. Come step inside. You will totally be in love. Thanks for watching my video. We will be waiting for you to come and explore Indonesia.
Satu Indonesia, or Astra's unified spirit for Indonesia, exemplifies Astra's active role and contribution in the pursuit of nurturing the people of Indonesia. It brings every commitment, venture, and work under a common framework and creates added values for the nation's progress. Throughout the years, since founded in 1957, Astra has consistently shown real contribution, dedicated to move Indonesia forward. As a company, Astra has grown and today manages over 180,000 employees and over 200 subsidiaries across the archipelago. In line with one of Astra's corporate philosophy, Catur Dharma values, to be an asset to the nation, Astra has an unwavered commitment to social contributions for Indonesia. The company's endeavors in this regard are designed to be effective and robustly structured, identifying 4 pillars of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat, Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas, Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, and Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Supported by 9 foundations under the company, Astra makes it a conscious effort to take an active part in and dedicating its ideas and work to the nation for a prosperous and dignified Indonesia. Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. The well-being of a nation lies on the well-being of its future generations. To ensure it can be achieved, the health of mothers and children are a priority of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. Astra is committed to protect and improve their health as they form healthy communities and societies. In turn, Astra believes they determine the quality of our overall well-being. Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas. Greater access to and improved quality of education and vocational skills open the doors to better life quality. Astra is therefore committed to shaping smart, self-reliant generations. Astra works to tap into the knowledge and skills of Indonesia's human capital. As education in Indonesia is important for Astra, Astra ensures that Indonesian children can benefit from quality education as a tool for them to transform their lives for the better. Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau. A healthy and clean environment are essential for us to move forward in life. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, Astra acts upon its commitment to creating a healthy, safe, and sustainable environment. With global warming presenting real threats to our planet's survival, Astra is actively involved in various programs for a greener Earth as part of its contribution to improving the quality of our environment. Our planet and the future await us and the millions of other beings on Earth. Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif, Astra is on the ground working alongside communities to improve their prosperity by helping and facilitating small and medium businesses all over Indonesia. Astra provides training, coaching, funding, and equipment suited to the needs of the beneficiaries with one goal in mind: raising the nation's prosperity by creating excellent human capital and decent jobs. 133 Kampung Berseri Astra across 34 provinces focus on the development of villages based on 4 pillars, which include entrepreneurship, health, education, and environment. Kampung Berseri Astra continues to be developed based on the numbers and concepts towards Desa Sejahtera Astra. 1 Indonesia Awards. 1 Indonesia Awards is a form of appreciation towards the Indonesian youth who have the initiatives and idealism to share and create benefits for the communities. The awards have 5 main focuses, which include health, education, environment, entrepreneurship, and technology. Since March 2020 until today, Astra, through Nurani Astra, maintains its commitment to help the government, frontline health workers, and the community in facing the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. To be an asset to the nation, Astra continues to embrace and work towards realizing Indonesia's dreams and to achieve sustainable growth, because your smile and the smile of the people are the smile of Astra, the smile of Indonesia. We are united, and together we shall achieve triumph as we walk towards an advanced and prosperous Indonesia. Astra, prosper with the nation.
Kalau batu baratnya habis, kita nyalain listrik dari apa?
Harapan dan masa depan tercermin dari anak-anak sebagai generasi penerus bangsa. Aspirasi mereka menjadi bagian dari eksistensi Indika Energy selama lebih dari 2 dekade terakhir. Situasi dan perkembangan zaman menuntut kita untuk berubah. Begitupun juga Indika Energy yang terus berevolusi dan beradaptasi. Kami pun melakukan diversifikasi usaha, memperluas portfolio yang dimiliki, merambah ke berbagai bidang yang sesuai dengan kompetensi dan keahlian kami, serta meningkatkan solusi berbasis alam untuk menghadapi berbagai tantangan di masa mendatang.
Di luar kompetensi kami di sektor energi, Indika Energy juga telah memperluas portfolionya ke sektor pertambangan emas, serta teknologi digital, di mana kami menawarkan solusi teknologi informasi yang inovatif selaras dengan revolusi industri 4.0. Indika Energy juga merambah ke sektor infrastruktur, di mana kami membangun dan mengoperasikan terminal penampungan bahan bakar di Kalimantan Timur. Kami meyakini energi baru dan terbarukan akan menjadi bagian penting di masa depan energi Indonesia dan global. Karenanya, Indika Energy menghadirkan solusi tenaga surya di tanah air.
Memegang teguh prinsip keberlanjutan, Keberadaan kami tak hanya untuk berkontribusi memajukan ekonomi negeri. Dengan berfokuskan pada aspek keberlanjutan yang meliputi lingkungan, sosial, serta tata kelola perusahaan yang baik. Semua ini kami lakukan untuk generasi penerus bangsa dan Indonesia yang lebih baik di masa mendatang. Indika Energi. Energi untuk negeri.
Inspired
Good
by the
afternoon, ladies
everlasting
and gentlemen.
golden rays of
Welcome
the
to the
sun, which
B20
gives light and
Indonesia
life.
Inception meeting
Eka-
at the Fairmont Hotel in Jakarta. We invite you to register at the registration desk, and please take a seat inside the ballroom. Again, I would like to remind you to register beforehand at the registration desk, and please take your seat inside the ballroom. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to B20 Indonesia Inception meeting at Fairmont Hotel, Jakarta. I would like to remind you, before entering the ballroom, kindly to register at the registration desk and then proceed to your seats inside the ballroom. Again, please kindly register at the registration desk and then kindly take your seats inside the ballroom. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the B20 Indonesia 2022 Inception meeting. Please register at the registration desk and take your seat inside the ballroom. And while waiting for the event to begin, we will be accompanied by performance from Lea Simanjuntak.
I get wings to fly. I feel that I'm alive. Woo. Come on. When you call on me, I get wings to fly. ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Lea Simanjuntak, and I'm very, very honored and excited to be performing for all of you here. Unity and diversity. It signifies a myriad of cultures and ethnicities. I'm trying my best to speak and sing with this mask on, but I'm very, very proud that tonight we are going to celebrate. This is a song that I've compiled from lots of songs from Indonesia's ethnic songs, and I will be singing them from the west to the east part of Indonesia. Please enjoy. Jomberiro, honke honke, honkeriro, jomberome, jomberiro. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Togetherness, ladies and gentlemen, is the answer to a very, very bright future. And I'm glad that Indonesia is very proud to accommodate a very comprehensive recovery for the whole world. And I believe that we are in this together, and we show our support, play our part, play the best that we can. So this song, I hope that it will inspire every one of us. Recover together, recover stronger. People of the world, we are in jeopardy. Striving times to act in solidarity. Our wish to heal the world, we can do whatever must be done. Recover together. We'll recover stronger. Meditate the hands of change. We can always hand in hand. Recover together. We'll recover stronger. Reaching out. To heal the world, we must do whatever must be done. Recover together. Recover stronger. Navigate the sea of change. We always overcome hand in hand. Recover together. children's future destiny. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have an enjoyable meeting ahead. Thank you very much. Now, for me, this feels so much better, but I know that we have all went through our health protocols, and tonight I'm very, very glad to be performing for all of you this special medley. These are two very special. Oh, but before that, please let me introduce to you what I am wearing tonight. This is a very, very beautiful kabaya, as you can see. It's from Anne Afafandi, Indonesia's very, very famous, well-known designer, and I'm very proud to wear it tonight. These two songs, the one that I've mentioned before, are taken from the movie The Bodyguard, and these are the two most famous songs from it. I am very, very pleased to be singing for you in a medley. Share my life, take me for what I am, 'cause I'll never change all my colors for you. Now I don't really need to look very much further. I don't wanna have to go where you don't follow. I don't hold it back again. This passion inside, I can't run from myself. There's nowhere to hide. Your love I remember forever. Don't make me close, my mother. I don't wanna hurt anymore. Stay in my arms if you dare. On my side, imagine you there. Don't walk away from me. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Lea Simanjuntak, thank you. We would like to thank these sponsors of B20 Indonesia 2022 Inception Meeting. Our main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, Sinarmas. And also brand sponsors, Bakri Group, PT HM Sampurna Tbk. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have entered the Maghrib prayer time. For those who would like to do prayers, the location of the prayer room is on the 3rd floor. I repeat, the location of the musola or the prayer room is on the 3rd floor. Thank you.
Business 20, a platform for the global business community to spur economic growth and development.
Driving collaboration. Growth. Inclusive. Advocacy. Welcome to B20 Indonesia, advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, kindly take your seat as we will begin our event this evening. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the opening ceremony of the B20 Indonesia 2022 Inception Meeting, virtually live from Bogor Presidential Palace with the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo. We also would like to extend our warmest welcome to our distinguished guests. Good evening and welcome to Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, Mr. Arsyad Rashid, B20 Indonesia Chair, Mrs. Sinta Wijaya Kamdani, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Retno LP Marsudi, Minister of Communication and Information Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Joni Garatplate, Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi, Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, Mr. Erick Thohir, Minister of Finance, Mrs. Sri Mulyani, who is joining us virtually. Also, we have His Excellency Benedetto Latteri, Italian Ambassador to Indonesia. His Excellency Shri Manoj Kumar Bharti, Indian Ambassador to the Republic of Indonesia. Excellencies, ambassadors, and foreign representatives of partner countries. And we also would like to extend our warmest welcome to our distinguished guests who are joining us virtually. Good evening and welcome to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1997 to 2007, and also the Executive Chairman of the Tony Blair Institute for Global Chair, the Right Honorable Tony Blair. Michael Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and UN Special Envoy for Climate Ambitions and Solutions. Mark Carney, UN Special Envoy on Climate Action and Finance. Professor Klaus Schwab, founder and executive chairman of World Economic Forum. Alan Jope, CEO of Unilever Global. Brad Smith, president at Microsoft Corporation. Joseph Tsai, executive vice chairman, Alibaba. Amin H. Nasser, president and CEO of Saudi Aramco, as well as other distinguished speakers and session chairs. Also business community from G20 countries and other invitees. We also would like to extend our profound gratitude and sincere thank you for being here today. And to all B20 members and invited guests who are present here with us at Fairmont Hotel Jakarta and who joins us virtually on the B20 Indonesia microsite and B20 Indonesia YouTube channel. Now we are joining with the Bogor Presidential Palace. We're still waiting to be connected with Bogor Presidential Palace, where my counterpart Ayu Safitri will take over for the opening ceremony of B20 Indonesia Inception meeting momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting for Bogor Presidential Palace to join us. Well, the President will deliver his opening remarks.
secara video conference. Lagu Kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali. Yang terhormat Presiden Republik Indonesia, yang kami hormati, The Right Honorable Tony Blair, pendiri dan Ketua Institute for Global Change, Ketua DPR RI, para Duta Besar Sahabat, Gubernur Bank Indonesia, para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, para CEO internasional, Ketua Umum Kadin Bapak Arsyad Rashid beserta jajaran, dan seluruh tamu undangan yang hadir secara virtual. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat malam dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Sejalan dengan penunjukan Indonesia sebagai tuan rumah G20 pada tahun 2022 dan kepercayaan pemerintah kepada Kamar Dagang Indonesia untuk menyelenggarakan forum B20 pada tahun 2022, Kadin Indonesia mengadakan pertemuan pertama B20 pada tanggal 27 sampai dengan 28 Januari 2022. Mengawali acara pada malam hari ini, laporan Ketua B20 Indonesia, Ibu Sinta Wijaya Kamdani.
Yang saya hormati Bapak Joko Widodo, Presiden Republik Indonesia, para pimpinan lembaga tinggi negara, para menteri beserta jajaran Kabinet Indonesia Maju, para duta besar negara G20 dan negara sahabat, para pembicara dan session chair, anggota forum B20 yang terhormat, dan para hadirin sekalian. Selamat malam, selamat siang, dan selamat pagi untuk para hadirin dimanapun Anda berada. Selamat datang di Inception Meeting B20 Indonesia 2022. Business 20 atau B20 merupakan forum pemimpin bisnis yang menyumbang 80% dari PDB dunia. Merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi kami dan Indonesia untuk memimpin dialog B20 tahun ini. Kami berkomitmen untuk memberikan kontribusi nyata dalam memberantas krisis yang disebabkan oleh pandemi, meningkatkan kolaborasi dan menstimulasi arus investasi global. Bapak Presiden, dapat kami laporkan bahwa tahun ini B20 Indonesia menyambut 2.000 anggota, di mana 37% diantaranya merupakan pemimpin perempuan. B20 berharap dapat merekomendasikan perubahan yang diperlukan serta melaksanakan transformasi yang dipimpin oleh sektor swasta untuk memulihkan ekonomi menjadi lebih tangguh, lebih inklusif, lebih berkelanjutan menyambut era new normal. 2 tahun terakhir merupakan masa yang tidak mudah untuk kita semua. Pandemi telah merenggut lebih dari 5 juta jiwa dan menginfeksi lebih dari 5% populasi dunia. Meskipun ada kemajuan seperti pengembangan dan peluncuran vaksin COVID-19 secara masif, perjuangan belum berakhir karena pemulihan global masih belum merata. Namun, dengan enabler yang tepat, disrupsi COVID-19 dapat memberi peluang bagi kita untuk pulih lebih kuat dari masa lalu. Dunia perlu terus mendorong kolaborasi, inovasi, dan inklusivitas seiring dengan transisi untuk keluar dari pandemi. Hal ini menjadi landasan utama tema B20 tahun ini, Advancing Innovative, Inclusive, and Collaborative Growth, yang selaras dengan tema G20, Recover Together, Recover Stronger. Ada 3 pilar yang diusung oleh B20. Pilar pertama adalah embracing a collaborative recovery and growth, atau mendorong pemulihan dan pertumbuhan kolaboratif. Saat ini dunia mengalami penurunan PDB sebesar 7% dan lebih dari 11,5 juta orang terjerumus ke dalam kemiskinan sejak tahun 2020. Kita perlu memulihkan kembali kesehatan ekonomi dan memperbaiki arsitektur kesehatan global bersama-sama dengan memfasilitasi kerjasama lintas batas yang efektif. Pilar kedua adalah boosting an innovative global economy, atau mendorong ekonomi global yang inovatif. COVID-19 telah mempercepat digitalisasi usaha dan kehidupan sehari-hari. Di tahun 2021, masyarakat global telah menghabiskan waktu sebanyak lebih dari 100 miliar jam di berbagai aplikasi belanja daring, 2 kali lipat lebih lama dibandingkan dengan 3 tahun yang lalu. Akan tetapi, UMKM yang menggerakkan perekonomian dunia masih mengalami tantangan untuk melakukan transformasi digital. Kita harus memastikan bahwa layanan digital tersedia untuk semua orang, bukan hanya yang memiliki privilege atau hak istimewa. Pilar ketiga adalah forging an inclusive and sustainable future, atau menerpa masa depan yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Pandemi ini telah menurunkan taraf kehidupan masyarakat secara umum, namun dampaknya terhadap perempuan dan UMKM tidaklah proporsional. Hal ini sungguh sangat memprihatinkan. Selain itu, kita juga harus memastikan pertumbuhan yang berkelanjutan dengan melakukan transisi energi. International Energy Agency memperkirakan bahwa emisi net zero akan memerlukan investasi tahunan hampir 5 triliun US dollar sampai tahun 2020. Kemajuan signifikan hanya dapat terjadi melalui kolaborasi global. Dalam B20, kami telah membentuk 6 task forces dan 1 action council. Women in Business, Digitalization, Energy Sustainability and Climate, Finance and Infrastructure, Future of Work and Education, Trade and Investment, dan Integrity and Compliance. Diskusi dalam Task Forces dan Action Council ini akan mengeluarkan rumusan dan rekomendasi kebijakan untuk mendukung para pemimpin G20. Di samping itu, B20 juga mendapatkan arahan dari International Advocacy Caucus yang beranggotakan 30 CEO global terkemuka dan pemimpin federasi bisnis dari negara-negara G20. Antara lain Michael Bloomberg, Bill Gates, Alan Job, Joseph Abdullah, and Xu Inyuan, and many others. Selain meninjau dan mendorong rekomendasi kebijakan B20, diskusi dalam pertemuan ISC bertujuan menciptakan legacy B20 Indonesia. Misalnya dengan pembentukan Impact Investment Fund dan kerjasama yang berfokus pada aspek kesehatan, transformasi digital, dan transisi energi. Jadi, Bapak Presiden, kami tegaskan di sini, kami tidak hanya bicara, tapi memberikan hasil yang konkret dan actionable. Dalam 1 tahun ke depan, B20 Indonesia juga akan menyelenggarakan beberapa side events, business matching, pameran, dan kunjungan investasi di berbagai wilayah di Indonesia yang akan memberikan kesempatan networking dan berbagi pengetahuan lintas negara. Hasil dari seluruh rangkaian aktivitas ini akan disampaikan secara resmi pada KTT B20 bulan November di Bali. Kami membutuhkan komitmen Anda semua untuk menjadi bagian penting dari agenda dunia dalam pemulihan dari krisis ini. Kami berkomitmen untuk bekerja sama dengan Anda semua untuk menjadikan presidensi Indonesia tahun ini bermakna bagi dunia. Semoga tahun ini menjadi tahun yang penuh energi untuk memajukan pertumbuhan yang inovatif, inklusif, dan kolaboratif. Terima kasih.
Tamu undangan yang berbahagia, selanjutnya marilah kita dengarkan laporan Ketua Umum Kamar Dagang Indonesia, Bapak Arsyad Rashid.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati Bapak Joko Widodo, Presiden Republik Indonesia. Yang kami hormati Your Excellency Bapak Tony Blair. Yang saya hormati Ketua DPR RI, Ibu Puan Maharani. Yang kami hormati para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, yang kami hormati Bapak Gubernur Bank Indonesia dan juga Ketua OJK, para Duta Besar Negara G20, para pembicara dan session chair yang kami hormati. Pertama-tama saya ucapkan apresiasi setinggi-tingginya atas kehadiran Bapak Presiden di acara Inception Meeting B20 malam hari ini, dan kami sampaikan rasa terima kasih sebesar-besarnya karena kami telah diberikan kesempatan untuk menjadi satu-satunya penyelenggara program dan KTT B20 dalam rangka mendukung presidensi G20 Indonesia. Dan selaku Ketua Umum Kadin Indonesia, saya mengucapkan selamat datang di Inception Meeting B20 Indonesia bagi anggota Forum B20 yang terhormat dan para hadirin sekalian. Ibu, Bapak-Bapak, Bapak Presiden yang kami hormati, dan para hadirin sekalian, Kadin Indonesia didirikan pada tahun 1968. Kadin Indonesia merupakan satu-satunya organisasi yang mewadahi para pengusaha Indonesia dan merupakan mitra sejajar pemerintah berdasarkan Undang-Undang Nomor 1 Tahun 1987. Di tahun 2021, kita melihat sejumlah negara mulai mengalami pemulihan ekonomi dan memiliki prospek pertumbuhan positif untuk tahun 2022. Prospek yang relatif optimis ini sudah mulai terlihat, baik dalam ekonomi global maupun negara-negara G20. Meskipun dunia tengah dilanda ancaman munculnya varian baru Omikron. Namun demikian, dunia masih dihadapkan
kepada banyak tantangan terkait pandemi dan masalah-masalah persisten lainnya seperti tantangan rantai pasokan dan logistik, serta kesetaraan dalam bidang ketenagakerjaan yang membutuhkan kolaborasi yang erat antara pemangku kepentingan, serta solusi pragmatis dan berkelanjutan. Untuk membantu dunia usaha dalam menghadapi tantangan tersebut, Kadin telah menetapkan 17 program untuk 5 tahun ke depan, yang berfokus pada 4 prioritas utama, yaitu memulihkan kesehatan dan meningkatkan infrastruktur kesehatan nasional. Yang kedua, meningkatkan ekonomi nasional dan daerah. Ketiga, mendorong kewirausahaan dan membangun kapabilitas, serta keempat, memperkuat internal organisasi dan regulasi. Tema prioritas Kadin selaras dengan tema B20, yaitu Advancing Innovative, Inclusive, and Collaborative Growth. Dan untuk memastikan keselarasan program kerja B20 terhadap G20, Kadin akan mengusung 3 prioritas utama. Yang pertama adalah Global Health, kedua Energy Transition, dan yang ketiga Digital Transformation. Bapak Presiden dan Bapak Ibu yang terhormat dan pada hadirin sekalian, pertumbuhan ekonomi global sangat penting bagi pemulihan, ketahanan, dan pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia di masa mendatang. Demikian pula sebaliknya, sebagai perekonomian terbesar di Asia Tenggara dan negara dengan populasi terbanyak keempat di dunia, kami sangat yakin bahwa pemulihan ekonomi Indonesia akan berimbas positif ke seluruh dunia. Sebagai forum komunikasi dan konsultasi antara pelaku bisnis Indonesia dengan masyarakat nasional dan internasional, Kadin sangat mendorong dunia usaha untuk menggunakan forum B20 ini untuk saling berbagi informasi dan teknologi, mengembangkan solusi yang produktif dan inovatif, serta meningkatkan kerjasama baik di tingkat sektoral maupun lintas sektoral, regional, nasional, dan internasional. B20 yang diciptakan oleh Kadin tidak hanya ditujukan untuk kepentingan sekelompok pemimpin bisnis global yang berpartisipasi dalam task forces dan international advocacy caucus saja. Acara B20 juga bukan hanya sekedar seremonial saja. Namun B20 Indonesia ditunjukkan untuk seluruh warga dunia, khususnya UMKM, agar dapat mengerti, ikut serta dalam perjalanan B20, dan merasakan manfaat positif dari kerjasama ini. Untuk itu, Kadin mendorong seluruh anggota B20 dan masyarakat secara luas untuk turut berpartisipasi aktif, mengambil tindakan nyata, dan mendorong kolaborasi dalam rangka memberikan dampak ekonomi dan sosial bagi negara-negara G20. Bapak Presiden yang terhormat, Ibu-ibu, Bapak yang terhormat, dan para hadirin sekalian, tahun ini kami berencana untuk menyelenggarakan side event B20 di beberapa lokasi di tanah air kita, agar dapat membuka pintu bagi dunia untuk menjelajahi Indonesia dan memperkenalkan keanekaragaman budaya serta keindahan alam Indonesia yang luar biasa. Hal ini tentunya depan harapan kita dapat membuka peluang investasi bagi Indonesia, mulai dari investasi di bidang layanan kesehatan, ibu kota baru kita Nusantara, hingga sektor pariwisata dan ekonomi kreatif di Kepulauan Indonesia. Akhir kata, Kadin mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya untuk kehadiran Bapak Presiden dalam acara ini untuk membuka B20 Indonesia 2022 Inception Meeting dan seluruh anggota forum B20 yang berpartisipasi pada malam hari ini. Mari kita tingkatkan kolaborasi demi suksesnya Business 20 Indonesia 2022. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya marilah kita simak bersama sambutan Presiden Republik Indonesia dan diakhiri dengan pernyataan peresmian pembukaan B20 Indonesia 2022 Inception Meeting.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Yang saya hormati, Yang Mulia Tony Blair, pendiri dan Ketua Institute for Global Change. Yang saya hormati Ketua DPR RI, Ibu Puan Maharani. Yang mulia para duta besar negara-negara G20 di Jakarta, yang saya hormati Gubernur Bank Indonesia, yang saya hormati para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju, yang saya hormati Ketua Kamar Dagang dan Industri Indonesia, yang saya hormati Ketua Bisnis 20 Indonesia, yang saya hormati para pembicara dan session chair, seluruh komunitas bisnis dari negara-negara G20 dan hadirin undangan yang berbahagia. COVID-19 mengajarkan kepada kita bahwa pandemi bukan hanya menjadi masalah, namun sekaligus menjadi peluang untuk tumbuh lebih baik. Kita harus memanfaatkan peluang ini untuk mewujudkan tata kelola dunia yang lebih adil, yang memberikan kesejahteraan dan kemakmuran, serta menjamin pertumbuhan ekonomi yang lebih inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Presidensi G20 Indonesia mengajak G20 dan B20 untuk berkolaborasi menciptakan terobosan-terobosan dan aksi nyata untuk berkontribusi lebih besar bagi pemulihan ekonomi global. Sejalan dengan fokus utama Presidensi G20 Indonesia, ada 3 hal peluang utama yang harus kita manfaatkan. Pertama, transisi menuju green economy. Kedua, tren digital ekonomi yang semakin pesat. Dan yang ketiga, perbaikan arsitektur kesehatan global yang lebih responsif dalam menghadapi pandemi global. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang saya hormati, transisi menuju ekonomi hijau yang berkelanjutan merupakan tanggung jawab besar dan sekaligus memberikan peluang besar. Potensi di sektor energi terbarukan harus diikuti dengan skenario dan peta jalan yang jelas, termasuk pendanaan dan investasi. Indonesia memiliki potensi energi baru terbarukan sebesar 418 gigawatt, baik yang bersumber dari air, panas bumi, angin, maupun matahari. Indonesia memiliki kekayaan sumber daya mineral logam yang dibutuhkan untuk mendorong transisi menuju ekonomi hijau yang berkelanjutan. Kami kaya akan nikel, boksit, timah, dan tembaga. Kami memastikan akan mensuplai cukup bahan-bahan tersebut untuk kebutuhan dunia, namun bukan dalam bentuk bahan mentah, tetapi dalam bentuk barang jadi atau setengah jadi yang bernilai tambah tinggi. Hilirisasi nikel yang telah kita lakukan sejak 2015 sudah memberikan dampak tidak hanya dalam penciptaan lapangan kerja, tapi juga dalam sisi ekspor maupun neraca perdagangan Indonesia. Nilai ekspor Indonesia 230 miliar US dollar, di mana besi baja berperan sangat besar peningkatannya. Ekspor besi baja di tahun 2021 mencapai 20,9 miliar US dollar, meningkat dari sebelumnya hanya 1,1 miliar US dollar di tahun 2014. Tahun 2022 ini saya kira bisa mencapai 28 hingga 30 miliar US dollar. Setelah nikel, kita akan mendorong investasi di sektor boksit, tembaga, dan timah. Kebijakan kami tentang mekanisme transisi energi dari fossil fuel ke energi baru terbarukan juga akan menjamin kepastian investasi. Di Jawa dan Sumatera kita mendorong early retirement PLTU ke energi baru terbarukan, seperti geothermal dan solar panel. Dan kita akan membuka partisipasi di sektor swasta untuk berinvestasi di transisi energi ini. Saat ini ada 5,5 gigawatt PLTU yang siap untuk program early retirement ini. Dekarbonisasi di sektor transportasi juga menjadi perhatian serius kami. Elektrifikasi secara besar-besaran di sektor transportasi dimulai dengan pembangunan mass urban transport seperti LRT dan MRT di Jakarta, serta mendorong investasi untuk pabrik mobil listrik. Kami mengharapkan kontribusi B20 untuk mempercepat transformasi energi yang mulus tanpa menimbulkan dampak negatif terhadap masyarakat kecil. Solusi global dalam hal pendanaan dan kemitraan merupakan agenda yang harus menjadi perhatian utama kita, termasuk alih teknologi untuk mendorong produksi berbasis ekonomi hijau. Kita mengundang investasi yang bisa mendorong nilai tambah yang saling menguntungkan. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang saya hormati, Indonesia juga memberikan perhatian serius pada pengembangan teknologi digital, terutama yang mempunyai kontribusi langsung kepada pemberdayaan UMKM dan pengembangan SDM. Dengan jumlah penduduk yang sangat besar dan daya beli yang terus meningkat pesat, Indonesia sangat menarik untuk investasi pada infrastruktur ekonomi digital. Kami ingin mengundang investasi yang memberikan kesempatan kepada seluruh lapisan masyarakat untuk berpartisipasi dan mendapatkan manfaat dari transformasi ekonomi digital ini. Ekonomi digital di Indonesia berkembang pesat dan saat ini Indonesia memiliki 1 dekakorn dan 8 unicorn. Sejak awal pandemi, pemerintah mendorong sektor UMKM untuk memanfaatkan platform digital dalam memasarkan produknya. Strategi ini telah berhasil menarik lebih dari 8,4 juta UMKM saat ini memiliki platform digital untuk menjual produknya. Untuk mendorong interkonektivitas global yang semakin meningkat, saat ini ada 3 investasi pembangunan kabel telekomunikasi bawah laut yang sedang berproses, yang menghubungkan Indonesia langsung dengan pantai barat Amerika Serikat tanpa ada negara perantara. Ini akan meningkatkan kapasitas bandwidth Indonesia lebih dari 100% setelah semua terbangun selesai. Indonesia juga akan memainkan peran penting dalam ekosistem semikonduktor. Dalam tahun ini kita akan membangun fasilitas chip design dan pabrik polisilikon di Jawa Tengah dengan kapasitas 40.000 ton. Di tahap awal, produk ini akan kita fokuskan untuk mensuplai kebutuhan solar cell. Namun, dalam beberapa tahun ke depan akan difokuskan untuk semikonduktor. Terakhir, Presidensi G20 Indonesia juga akan fokus pada pembenahan arsitektur kesehatan global agar lebih inklusif, berpegang pada asas kesetaraan dan tanggap terhadap krisis. Pemerintah Indonesia dan G20 mengajak komunitas B20 untuk berkolaborasi, memobilisasi sumber daya untuk membiayai inovasi serta pemerataan produksi vaksin, obat-obatan, dan alat-alat kesehatan. Indonesia mendorong investasi di sektor kesehatan guna pemenuhan kebutuhan di dalam negeri. Pada tahun 2021, pengeluaran pemerintah pusat dan daerah untuk sektor kesehatan mencapai 34,77 miliar US dollar. Kita akan memprioritaskan pembelian farmasi dan alat-alat kesehatan yang diproduksi di dalam negeri. Prinsipnya kalau sudah bisa diproduksi di dalam negeri, anggaran pemerintah tidak akan membeli yang impor. Oleh karena itu, kami juga mengundang investasi di sektor kesehatan di Indonesia yang sekaligus memperkuat sistem ketahanan kesehatan global. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang saya hormati, saya sangat berharap komunitas B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20. Kemitraan publik dan swasta global harus kita orkestrasi untuk memberikan solusi global. Indonesia sebagai negara dan sebagai presidensi G20 berkomitmen dan bekerja keras untuk memberikan kontribusi untuk dunia yang tumbuh inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, demikianlah seluruh rangkaian acara pada malam hari ini selesai. Selanjutnya, Presiden Republik Indonesia berkenan meninggalkan tempat acara video conference. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Selanjutnya kami kembalikan ke Mbak Andini di lokasi acara Fairmont. Kami ucapkan terima kasih.
Thank you, Mbak Ayu. Ladies and gentlemen, the B20 Indonesia Inception meeting is officially open. We will capture this moment by taking a picture together. We would like to invite Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Retno LP Marsudi, Minister of Communication and Information Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Joni Gerard Plate, Minister of Trade, Mr. Muhammad Lutfi, Minister of State-Owned Enterprise, Mr. Eric Thohir, His Excellency Benedetto Latteri, Italian Ambassador to the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Sri Manoj Kumar Bharti, Indian Ambassador to the Republic of Indonesia, B20 Indonesia Chair, Mrs. Sinta Wijaya Kamdani, to join us for photo session. Excellencies, thank you. Terima kasih.
Kalau batu baranya habis, kita nyalain listrik dari apa?
Harapan dan masa depan tercermin dari anak-anak sebagai generasi penerus bangsa. Aspirasi mereka menjadi bagian dari eksistensi Indika Energy selama lebih dari 2 dekade terakhir. Situasi dan perkembangan zaman menuntut kita untuk berubah. Begitupun juga Indika Energy yang terus berevolusi dan beradaptasi. kami pun melakukan diversifikasi usaha, memperluas portfolio yang dimiliki, merambah ke berbagai bidang yang sesuai dengan kompetensi dan keahlian kami, serta meningkatkan solusi berbasis alam untuk menghadapi berbagai tantangan di masa mendatang.
Di luar kompetensi kami di sektor energi, Indika Energi juga telah memperluas portfolionya ke sektor pertambangan emas, serta teknologi digital, di mana kami menawarkan solusi teknologi informasi yang inovatif selaras dengan revolusi industri 4.0. Indika Energi juga merambah ke sektor infrastruktur, di mana kami membangun dan mengoperasikan terminal penampungan bahan bakar di Kalimantan Timur. Kami meyakini energi baru dan terbarukan akan menjadi bagian penting di masa depan energi Indonesia dan global. Karenanya, Indika Energi menghadirkan solusi tenaga surya di tanah air.
Memegang teguh prinsip keberlanjutan, keberadaan kami tak hanya untuk berkontribusi memajukan ekonomi negeri. Dengan berfokuskan pada aspek keberlanjutan yang meliputi lingkungan, sosial, serta tata kelola perusahaan yang baik. Semua ini kami lakukan untuk generasi penerus bangsa dan Indonesia yang lebih baik di masa mendatang. Indika Energi, energi untuk negeri.
Established in 1999, the G20 brings together advanced and developing economies to overcome crisis, particularly in Asia, Russia, and Latin America. The official platform for dialogue within the global business community within G20, Business 20 or B20 will be a vital force for member states and economic sectors to come together and spur economic growth and development through actionable policy recommendations based on supporting data facts. B20 2022 will be presided by Indonesia with the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, as the appointed organization to organize the B20. B20 Indonesia is committed to bring together G20 business communities under one accord to recover stronger towards an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable global economic growth. Over 2 days, the Inception meeting aims to offer global perspectives and kick-off planning for the summit. This Inception meeting marks the official start of the B20 Indonesia 2022 cycle, culminating in the B20 summit on tentatively November 13-14 in Bali, scheduled back-to-back with G20 summit. Ladies and gentlemen, soon we will witness a performance that describes the cultural and natural wealth of the archipelago from various tribes and customs who live in harmony and prosperity in the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Unity is the strength. The choreography represents the 5 islands in Indonesia: Sumatra, Melayu, Kalimantan, Dayak, Sulawesi, Pakarena, Java and Bali, Gatot Kaca and Janger, and Papua, Yospan. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit of Nusantara.
Singgah, singgah, oh singgah, pansu minggah, turkokolo, umingke, tan akira, sang aku. Kang kasah moto tan atenggak San Abahu, San Awulu.
That was the Spirit of Nusantara dance by one of the nation's best choreographers, Denny Malik. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote speech regarding Road to G20 Indonesia will be delivered by Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Airlangga Hartarto.
Yang saya hormati Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia, Bapak Joko Widodo, kami hormati Ketua Umum Kadin, Pak Arsyad Rashid, yang kami hormati Bu Menteri Luar Negeri, Ibu Retno Marsudi, Menteri Perdagangan, Pak Muhammad Lutfi, Menteri Kominfo, Pak Joni Plate, Menteri BUMN, Pak Erick Thohir, dan Ibu Sinta, selaku Ketua Business 20, Honorable Ambassadors, and Honorable Tony Blair from Institute of Global Change. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let us praise God Almighty for His blessings and favor that we are gathered today with good health for B20 Inception meeting. We are hopeful that this event can be a discussion platform between the government and all stakeholders, both at the regional and global level, to communicate strategy to ensure the acceleration of economic growth in 2022. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as G20 presidency, Indonesia will focus on 3 priority issues. First is strengthening the global health architecture, second, digital-based economic transformations, and the third is energy transition. The Indonesia G20 presidency seeks to create new ideas to accelerate global recovery and realize it through a parade of real action for the life of societies across borders and across nations. B20 must be able to bridge concept and ideas with action for G20 to concretely be implemented. We are now in the midst of the 3rd year of the COVID-19 pandemic that has impacted the world, and the global community await for pandemic ending. They anticipate the legitimacy of G20 forum to create mutual actions to reach a way out of the pandemic and achieve global recovery. The global economy currently faces challenges of uneven recovery, global uncertainties which impact the economics of developing and developed nations, both for member countries of G20 as well as outside of the G20 forum. We must find a way to strike a balance between recovering from the pandemic and economic recovery. We are reopening economic activities, businesses, and communities while strengthening the health system to control the spread of the virus. As the premier global economic forum, G20 Indonesia sets the direction and pathway by which 2030 Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved, leaving no one behind. We also create partnership with engagement groups such as B20 support of the G20 agenda and the complement ideas and breakthroughs in the G20 forums. B20 play a key role in supporting the G20 to achieve inclusive, strong, and sustainable growth. Therefore, the business community and the government must synergize. Equally important is for B20 to put aside political differences and increase collaboration with other B20 members. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic must be optimized as an opportunity to rebuild a brighter future. As G20 chair with clear direction from President Bapak Joko Widodo, Indonesia as member of the G20 engagement group to support change in 3 main global priorities: health, digitalization, and energy transition. The pandemic teach us that health policy underpin a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economy. We cannot wait for all cases to become zero to achieve activities, but we must be able to adapt to make human stamina stronger to combat the virus by rearranging the world health. Stronger health policy are the key to an exit strategy. G20 is working to strengthen the global health architecture with clear tasks. First, to achieve goal as set out at G20 Rome Summit, to vaccinate at least 70% of the global population by mid-2022. This is an urgent collective task that requires B20 to help increase access to vaccination and diversify manufacturing capabilities, especially in the developing countries. Second, to establish a G20 Joint Finance Health Task Force with the aim of developing innovative and rapid financing mobilization mechanism for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We recognize that pandemic control strategy are key economic recovery. Therefore, we are committed to continuously improve through strengthening detection, surveillance, therapy, health protocol, and vaccinations. We will also implement preventive measures to minimize the spread of COVID-19 from across and within borders. Indonesia calls on G20 to step up effort to ensure digital transformations takes place. First, strengthening privacy and data protections, including in e-commerce activities, and improving digital securities and online security. Second, empowering people with digital skills and digital literacy that will ensure inclusive digital transformations. We need to support micro, small, and medium enterprises, women, and people with disability to fully participate and thrive in the new economy. Third, G20 can do more to bridge the connectivity gap. This can be done by creating the condition for sustainable investment in high-quality digital infrastructure. Innovation and technology will be the benefit for those who receive it. B20 is expected to be able to share about how to prepare workers and human resources for the future of works. Indonesia's third priority is accelerating the clean energy transition, especially in developing countries. Firm commitments have been made at the G20 Rome Summit and COP26 Glasgow. We must realize this quickly. As of the pledge to phase down the coal power plant, we must have an access affordable technology for carbon capture and storage, which at the moment the cost is about $100. If we can put it down or turn to the $20 with the technology of ammonia. So the global collaboration is required to achieve this. With the help of B20, G20 can move quickly to energy sector implementation by putting in place framework for achieving the goals for the Paris Agreement, and we also need partners in the business sector to ensure a greener recovery. Without concrete and sustainable financial support, we might not be able to achieve the target of net zero global emission by the middle of the centuries. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate Ibu Sinta Kamdani as the chair of B20, Pak Arsyad Rashid as Ketua Umum Kadin, and Dr. Rizal Rukman for former Indonesia G20 Sherpa, who is now B20 Sherpa, on the launch of the series of B20 this evening. Thank you, and I wish good luck for the event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Minister Erlangga. Distinguished guests, as we all know, the global pandemic has affected every aspect of the society, from health, education, to international trade. And today, one of the world's most influential people by Time magazine joins us to deliver a keynote speech regarding global health agenda to end today's pandemic and to prevent the pandemic of tomorrow. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1997 to 2007 and founder of Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Right Honorable Tony Blair. Mr. Blair, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much. Ms. Shinta Kamdani, B20 Indonesia Chair, Mr. Arshad Rashid, Chairman of the Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Anindya Bakri, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of the Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, all delegates at the B20 Inception meeting. Salam alaikum, it is a pleasure to be with you today. I wish I could be with you in person in Jakarta, but I look forward to visiting Indonesia again very soon. Congratulations to His Excellency, President Joko Widodo, for his opening remarks and for his kind welcome. President Joko is a leader I admire enormously. He has wisdom, energy, but above all, a clear vision for the future of Indonesia. And he and his government are laying the foundations which will make possible the ambition for Indonesia to be one of the top 5 economies of the world by the middle of this century. Indonesia's presidency of the G20 offers a huge opportunity. It comes at a moment when the USA-China relationship is highly contentious, and a country like Indonesia, respected by both big powers, can bring the world together. And though there are, of course, many areas where the world has differences at present, there is one area where surely in the global interest we can all work together. The need post-COVID for an entirely new approach to global life sciences. It's a G20 that is happening at a point of convergence. Developments in medicine and science that predate the pandemic have combined with a post-COVID understanding amongst governments that they can and must move at speed. With the right political leadership, we can draw on accelerations in scientific understanding to prevent millions of premature deaths and ensure that COVID truly is the world's never again public health moment. Future pandemics can be stopped before they can begin, and some of the world's worst diseases can be cured or contained. My institute has joined forces with Dr. David Agus from the Ellison Institute for Transformative Medicine in America and Sir John Bell, Regius Professor at Oxford University, to create the Global Health Security Consortium. Dr. David and Sir John bring knowledge of science and medicine, and my institute brings our understanding of politics and government. Our aim is to keep politics moving at the speed of medicine and science, even when this COVID accelerator turns off. And I'm immensely grateful to the Indonesia government and the B20 leaders for your commitment to do the same, to build that positive post-COVID legacy. And I believe there are 3 big ideas within reach. First, a new adult vaccination program to combat preventable diseases and build resilience. Second, a global cloud-connected genomic sequencing system to provide unprecedented health insight and an early warning system for future pandemics. And then third, further investment in life sciences around the globe, boosting research and industry. As for the first, a new adult preventative health program should be organized globally so that the advances in medical science, for example, new vaccines for malaria, tuberculosis, dengue, even some cancers, can be brought at speed to the world which needs them. We therefore suggest a new partnership between Global South and Global North, where the North provides funding and the intellectual property for vaccines, and the South undertakes the radical changes in health infrastructure necessary to absorb and use them. We can rewrite the traditional investment case for vaccines and attract greater public and private financing. And the modelling done by my institute shows that having this infrastructure in place ahead of a future pandemic would, because it would shorten the time for dealing with the pandemic, save some $3.4 trillion for the global economy. Secondly, we could harness the new technology to create a global cloud-based genomic sequencing platform that will allow for proactive pandemic preparedness and insight into some of the world's most critical long-standing diseases. The global pathogen analysis system invented by Oxford University is one potential opportunity. Already in deployment in a limited set of countries, it could provide for the world near instantaneous analysis of new variants for public health systems. And alongside the very clear role for this in COVID, it could one day be used for sequencing samples of known diseases such as tuberculosis and malaria, informing the most appropriate therapeutic. And finally, a hard lesson learned from this pandemic was that global manufacturing capacity has been inadequate. Very few countries have facilities capable of providing a sovereign supply of vaccines, and whereas well over 50% of people living in high-income countries have been fully vaccinated, this figure drops to less than 10% in some of the low-income countries. However, great credit must be given to Indonesia for your widespread vaccination coverage, which has been a great success. But I know that your ambition is now to build on your already impressive life science capability to create a new set of partnerships for the manufacture of vaccines in Indonesia. And I know from discussions around the world that there is big enthusiasm for this. I think every major country should align around a life sciences strategy. And then globally, we should organize the capacity to ensure that the advances in medical science are brought to the aid of the people, even in the poorest parts of the world. And I know the UK government is itself very keen to partner Indonesia in this task. Building on new technologies, and in particular the novel use of data, we can revolutionize how we research, develop, trial, and make available vaccines and other therapeutics. The Global Health Security Consortium stands ready to support Indonesia to forge what can be called a global health alliance, including enabling the B20 to convene industry and the best minds so that we turn November's Bali Declaration from theory to practice. Of course, it will be led by government, and of course it means working with the World Health Organizations and other international bodies like CEPI and Gavi. But the Indonesia B20, which as I know is determined to play a much more active role, the B20 can be a big catalyst because transformation requires private and public sector to work in tandem. So, delegates, we have a huge challenge ahead of us, but the potential to do something about it is also huge, and the planning starts now. I'm delighted Indonesia has the presidency of the G20 this year. I believe there couldn't be a better country to lead the world in 2022 and we look forward to working with you on it. Salam alaikum and thank you very much.
Professor, the screen is yours.
Distinguished hosts, distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Since I'm following a former British Prime Minister, my friend Tony Blair, it's appropriate that I should begin by quoting from a very famous English poet and playwright, William Shakespeare. Shakespeare famously wrote, and I quote, "There's a tide in the affairs of man, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea, we are now afloat, and we must take the current where it serves or lose our ventures." Unquote. So this is my big point at the beginning. We live in such a time today. There is a tremendous opportunity for humanity. And let's seize it now. Because there's one simple fact about the human condition that almost nobody is aware of, that we have done more to improve the human condition over the past 20 years in the 21st century than in any other similar period in human history. We have more than halved global poverty. Life expectancy has gone up from 66.3 to 72.4. Infant mortality has gone down from 52.8 to 28.2 per 1,000 live births. And Indonesia itself is a prime example of this extraordinary progress. Its GNP has gone up from $165 billion in 2000 to over $1 trillion in 2020. Look at that. $165 billion to $1 trillion in 20 years. Its trade with the world has grown from 96 billion to 339 billion. Poverty has declined in Indonesia. The middle class is growing. But even as I share this good news, we all know that despite this remarkable progress in the world, in Asia and in Indonesia, it's also true that we now live in a pessimistic world. As President Jokowi has said, as Prime Minister Tony Blair has said, COVID-19 has shut down our world for over 2 years, with aviation traffic down, global tourist flows have declined, and sadly, even as we speak, the COVID-19 cloud continues to haunt our world. To make matters worse, another dark cloud hangs over the world, a geopolitical cloud. As we all know, a major geopolitical contest has broken out between the United States and China. And I'm glad that Prime Minister Tony Blair referred to it too. So at a time when we need global unity to handle global challenges, we are entering a more divided world. In the midst of this challenging global environment we have, therefore, we should all be glad that Indonesia has assumed the chairmanship of G20 in 2022. Because if there's one country that can lead the world through this particular moment of promise and peril, it's Indonesia. And this is, I'm glad that Tony Blair said this too. So what special strengths does Indonesia have? Firstly, it has a strong and experienced leader, President Joko Widodo. As I wrote recently, he's the most effective, democratically elected leader in the world today. Secondly, in our diverse, multi-civilizational world, Indonesia's national motto of unity in diversity, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, should become a global motto. And thirdly, Indonesia is a country that is trusted by both East and West, especially by both China and the United States, and equally importantly, is trusted by the developing countries too. In fact, no other country in the world, therefore, is as well suited as Indonesia to lead the G20. And Indonesia has provided leadership at critical moments in history, the 1955 Bandung meeting, the 1994 APEC Bogor meeting. So Indonesia can once again provide leadership now. And I believe that Indonesia can do by sending out 3 key messages during its chairmanship of G20. Firstly, we must learn the big lesson from COVID-19. It has taught us that we all live in a global village, and to use an Indonesian word, in a small kampung. And if you live in a small kampung, if one person falls sick, all of us are going to fall sick. And that's what's happened to the world, which is why the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, we must vaccinate everyone. And what's remarkable is that the cost of vaccinating the world is very low. It's only $50 billion. And you remember, the last effective G20 leaders meeting was the London meeting in April 2009, which saved the world from the global financial crisis. And they had to commit $1 trillion. Today, we only have to commit $50 billion. And there'll be a return of 180 to 1 on that investment, $9 trillion gain. And even Prime Minister Tony Blair referred to how the global economy will be strengthened if we can eliminate COVID-19. So clearly, if we can vaccinate everyone, it will save the world dramatically. And that can be done at the G20 meeting. The second simple message that Indonesia can convey is to get the G20 leaders to quietly persuade China and the US to press the pause button on the geopolitical contest that they have launched. Clearly, many countries, especially the poor countries, are still struggling from COVID-19 and the global economic downturn. The easiest way for China and the US to turn the world around is to actually stop the trade war that they have started, because that, best by stopping the trade war, it will give a boost to the global economy. And President Joe Biden himself has said in 2019 that the trade war has hurt Americans. He said, President Trump may think he's being tough on China. All that he's delivered as a consequence of that is that American farmers, manufacturers, and consumers are losing and paying more. That's what President Joe Biden said in 2019. So the economic arguments are clear. The trade war is not helping anybody. It's not helping the United States. It's not helping China. It's not helping the world. So this is, again, as Prime Minister Tony Blair said, Indonesia has probably a unique ability to be persuasive in this area. That's the second message that Indonesia can help to convey. And the third important message that Indonesia can convey is to perhaps tell the world that there is one part of the world that is actually continuing to believe in trade and globalization. And that's, of course, East Asia. We all know that this year in January, Indonesia, together with the other ASEAN countries, together with China, Japan, South Korea, and Australia, and New Zealand, has launched the world's largest free trade agreement, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. it will give a significant boost to trade and economic development in this region. And the tragedy here is that the virtues and free trade and economic development were taught to East Asia by the Western countries. But today, the Western countries, sadly, including especially the United States, are walking away from these free trade agreements, walking away from greater global economic cooperation. But since Indonesia, as I explained earlier, has participated in such a dynamic fashion in East Asia's economic growth, it can use the East Asian model to tell the world that, hey, there is a better way out for the future. And this is why I'm glad that the G20 meeting is beginning with a B20 meeting, because it is the business leaders who understand better than anybody else what happens when you open up the world. We all benefit from it. So I would therefore like to conclude by wishing Indonesia great success in its year of chairmanship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mabubani. And next, a remark from the founder and executive chairman of World Economic Forum regarding the great narrative for a better future together. Please welcome Professor Klaus Schwab.
Dear President Widodo, dear Ministers, Chairman Rashid, Chairwoman Kamdani, dear co-chairs and participants. It is my pleasure to address you at this Inception meeting of the B20 in Indonesia. I regret not being able to join you in person, but I look forward to be with you very soon during this crucial year of your G20 and B20 presidency. The agenda you have laid out for the year ahead is incredibly important. The G20's aim is to recover together and recover stronger. But as we all know, this recovery cannot happen without a resilient, sustainable, innovative, and inclusive business contribution. The B20 knows as no other organization how intertwined the fates of the world's largest advanced and emerging economies are. In the past 20 years, the high economic growth in the G20 emerging economies helped sustain growth in the advanced economies, and vice versa. These past 2 years, we have seen that the inverse is also true. The pandemic damaged virtually all of the world's G20 economies, but to different degrees. It reminds us that a true global recovery can only happen if we restore trade and production in all of the world's G20 economies. This brings me to the first focus we must have in the year ahead, to rebuild the global economy in a more resilient way. Of course, resilience in the short term means that we can withstand any future disruptions from the pandemic in much better ways. To do so, to prevent future outbreaks, is better than to cure their economic impact. Therefore, Indonesia is right to focus on improving global public health conditions in the year ahead. Many of your businesses are aiding in this effort. You are producing, shipping, and sharing vaccines and protective equipment, and you are building a more robust healthcare system that can be scaled up and can be scaled down according to the needs. But building long-term resilience in the economy is even more important. In the World Economic Forum latest Global Risk Report, it became apparent how the risks we are facing change as we change our lens from the short term to the medium term and to the long term. In the short term, livelihood crisis, social cohesion erosion, and the direct impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic dominate. But the picture changes dramatically when we turn to the risks a decade ahead. They are all about climate action failure, extreme weather, and other nature-related crises. That brings me to my second point. As we aim to build a better future post-COVID, our strategic objective should be to focus on sustainability. On this issue, the business community plays an even more important role. Since the run-up to the Paris Agreement, we have seen how much more progress the world can make when business leads the way and supports government action through public-private cooperation. Climate action is a matter that concerns all stakeholders. For the leading global businesses present here, that means accelerating and pioneering state-of-the-art technologies to prevent or capture harmful greenhouse gas emissions. At the World Economic Forum, our Mission Possible partnership serves precisely that purpose. For business, in the G20 emerging economies, it will be key to leapfrog from the fossil fuel phase of development straight to renewables and the circular economy. That is, of course, not an easy task. Indeed, no advanced economy has managed to do so. But the possibility does exist, and its rewards are great. None of this will be possible, however, as I mentioned, without innovations. That is the third point I would like to stress. Throughout history, humanity has overcome its current challenges not by blaming each other or fighting, but by collaborating and innovating. The innovations of the first industrial revolution literally propelled the United Kingdom to being the most prosperous nation on earth. These innovations included steam technology for boats, trains and industrial machines, and advancements in manufacturing. In the second and third industrial revolution, the G7 countries moved forward, inventing and mass-producing the internal combustion engine for cars and planes, and introducing digital technologies such as the personal computer and the World Wide Web. But in the ongoing fourth industrial revolution, businesses of the entire G20 are innovating for a better future. We should not forget what great opportunities are given to us by the fourth industrial revolution. Let me just mention artificial intelligence and many, many more, which could help us to take a leapfrog approach in addressing, for example, environmental challenges and problems which we have to solve. I admire the tech companies here in Indonesia and ASEAN that are introducing the latest technologies and working to make the region's economy more sustainable. And that leads me to my fourth and final point. As we take on the recovery agenda for 2022, we must ensure that our future economic model is also inclusive. Already before the pandemic started, the gains in the global economy were distributed unevenly. Remarkably, Global inequality actually decreased during the era of rapid globalization, thanks to the rapid rise of the global middle class, particularly in economies such as Indonesia, China, and others. But as we all know, inequality within almost all of the G20 countries has significantly worsened in the past years, and COVID only made matters worse. In many places, we are now at a critical point where future growth is threatened by the rightful indignation of those who were left out or who were left behind. Therefore, it is incumbent on all of us as business leaders in each company and organization to alleviate the inequalities that still persist. This includes inequalities in pay between men and women, inequalities in opportunities between people from various racial, cultural, and social backgrounds. Building a more resilient, a more sustainable, a more innovative, and a more inclusive economic model is not only a moral or a macroeconomic imperative. It is also the right thing to do from a business perspective. The short-run profits we sacrifice are more than offset by the long-term sustainability and resilience of our businesses. This is the philosophy of stakeholder capitalism, an idea and concept the World Economic Forum has championed for over 50 years. As we enter into 2022, and the B20 builds on an agenda of inclusion and sustainability, I invite you to join the stakeholder approach and to walk the talk. As you imagine in your strategic consideration a better for your future, for your own businesses, I invite you to join us in measuring your environmental, social, and corporate governance performance, or ESG. The stakeholder capitalism metrics, which we developed together with the big audit companies, allow any company to track their own ESG progress, and in such a way to be accountable to the public for its achievements, not only towards the shareholders, but also to all the stakeholders it has to deal with. As I close my remarks, I would like to commend again President Widodo for his call for more collaboration between the public and the private sector, and for more global public-private partnerships. Mr. President, everyone who listened to your speech at the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Week just some days ago has been deeply impressed with your agenda. It is very clear that you and your cabinet have a key responsibility this year 2022 to develop a comprehensive roadmap. This roadmap should not only show the way out of the COVID crisis and strengthen global recovery, but it should also design a path forward which leads us to a world where we create prosperity for everyone. We need a world where we recenter the human being in the midst of our efforts, and where we live again in harmony with nature. I wish you all the best for the meeting and the year ahead, and look forward to building a better future together with all of you.
Thank you, Professor Swab. We now proceed to the fireside discussion, which consists 3 sessions and led by a session chair. On this session, renowned global business leaders and experts will share their on-the-ground experience and insider perspectives around the main topics prioritized for B20 Indonesia 2022, namely embracing collaborative recovery and growth, boosting an innovative global economy post-pandemic, and forging an inclusive and sustainable future. For the first fireside discussion, the session chair will be John W.H. Denton, Secretary General at International Chamber of Commerce, and the discussion is embracing a collaborative recovery and growth. Mr. Denton, the screen is yours.
I can't wait for the opportunity to be with you in Indonesia, and in particular, as an Australian, to be back in Bali, which is always a great resting spot for the people-people relations between Australia and Indonesia. Friends, I've been really struck by the force and the energy that Shinta has brought as the leader of the B20. I was one of the founding members of the B20 and the commencement of this whole process. And what we always wanted and what we always desired was for the B20 to be the opening part of the G20 year. Because if G20 is all about helping global economic growth, the drivers of that growth are the business community. And the fact that the B20 is recognized in Indonesia year as so critical to that, that it has the honor of being the opening part of the Indonesia G20, I think really reflects the commitment again of President Jokowi to global economic growth. And we can talk a little bit more about inclusiveness in that growth process in a minute or two. So I do want to shout out in particular to Shinta for her leadership. I also, having listened to President Jokowi, want to commend him for the agenda. As Klaus has just said, the way in which President Jokowi has articulated the G20 agenda for Indonesia has struck many as a great and I think timely intervention. Also from the fact that Indonesia, because of the place and the important role it plays within East Asia, within Asia Pacific, within the developing world, within the G77 process and non-aligned movement, it brings a particular voice, a voice that will be listened to and a voice which actually is resonant. What I've always found about engagements with Indonesia, in particular, having been privileged to participate in discussions previously with President Jokowi, is the openness to new ideas. And that was something that was struck me in his opening remarks as well. And I do think, as others have said, this is not just a year for setting out roadmaps for the future, this is a year for action. And one of the things that I know that Indonesia is famous for is actually also now getting things done under President Jokowi. We at the International Chamber of Commerce have been arguing for some time that if you want economic growth to continue and to recover and to move at the level we need, we actually need to bring it about by, first of all, ending this pandemic. And part of that is actually obviously by getting access to vaccines across the world. And we think if economic growth is the key for the G20 and the kind of economic growth that President Jokowi is talking about is important to the leadership of the Indonesian G20, we really would want, and I really call for Indonesia to convene, as a matter of urgency, a leaders level special meeting on pandemic or COVID-19 resilience. We need to ensure that meeting commits to fully funding COVAX so that we can actually ensure that vaccines are available on an equitable and global basis. We need to ensure that we have a proper system to monitor the actual supply chains to enable the therapeutics to be made available, but also importantly, the ingredients for the vaccines to be available, not just into, but also out to, for the supply chains to operate. We want a health market monitoring system, information system. We've called for this, and this could be a really important part of any special meeting. And of course, the bit that was actually left dangling by so many countries was innovation and access to testing. If we want to learn to live with COVID-19, it doesn't mean we just stop. It doesn't mean that we just put up with things. We also need to change some of our behaviors, and access to testing will become absolutely critical. So we need to ensure that that's not just a Northern Hemisphere opportunity, that's a global opportunity. So ensuring we find ways to bring innovation to that, and so that it can be scaled and the pricing such that it's immediately available, because it will not be a requirement for one test, it will be constant testing. So we need to work on that. So I really would call on Indonesia under the leadership of President Jokowi to give serious consideration at a very early stage of the G20 leadership of Indonesia to the convening of this special heads of government meeting on COVID-19 resilience. The second area, if I could, and this is really important, and I'm so delighted that in a minute I'll be able to engage in discussion with the fabulous Indonesian Mari Penggetsu. But I want to talk a little bit about trade. Of course, the other driver, which is really important for us, is to ensure the revitalization of global trade. This is an issue which is actually really challenging. We've seen a loss of confidence in the institution, which is the World Trade Organization. We need to reestablish that. We are blessed that Dr. Ngozi is leading that, but of course she can't do it herself. We need leaders to actually facilitate and support that. And one intervention that would be important, again, not talking about the problem, but doing something about it, is to create, from the leadership of G20, a Friends of the Chair group, of a small group of leaders of non-G20 countries who can engage in a process of soundings on how we can actually ensure that we can revitalize the World Trade Organization, the World Trade System, and make it relevant for the 21st century, not just for developed countries, not just for arguments, but to ensure the kind of inclusive growth we want and ensure that this is linked up to enable the global digital economy to function effectively, to enable climate to be linked in with trade finally, and get the whole global trading movement aligned to action on climate as well. So these are sorts of things that will be absolutely fabulous. A special meeting on COVID-19 resilience, the creation of a Friends of the Chair group focused on the developments necessary to actually ensure we have a functioning multilateral system curated through the WTO that can actually help us push and revitalize trade. Both elements are critical for economic growth, which of course in the end, if we don't have it, we will not be able to have the inclusive economic growth. And let's face it, one of the things that will come out of this is opportunities for the real economy, which is for SMEs to prosper, both by ending the pandemic and secondly, by ensuring we've got a functioning global trade system that they can participate in. So I really would hope, having asked for ideas, of course, the International Chamber of Commerce is the world's leading and largest business organization, 45 million companies in more than 130 countries, now more than 2/3 of which are actually in developing and emerging economies. We are devoted to this. We are an institution, the most trusted organization. We are very happy to stand shoulder to shoulder with Indonesia in this year, as we will, and as we are with the B20 process as well. We're so delighted that so many parts of the ICC family, including Shinta herself, who is actually part of our executive board, chairs our regional committee, and so many members of my board, of the executive board of the International Chamber of International Chamber of Commerce, are able to participate in leadership roles in so many of the task forces that have been established. We bring our full heft in support of the work of the Indonesia B20, and the work of the Indonesia B20 is really all about ensuring that the Indonesia G20 and its commitment to actually support inclusive economic growth will actually be given life to. This is a great opportunity for me to now introduce Dr. Mari Penggetsu. Many of you will know Mari, particularly in Indonesia, from her period of time as Minister for Trade for Indonesia. And Mari, at the time, of course, of that period, was known as one of the most innovative and actually thoughtful ministers of trade on a global basis, and she did so much. And of course, she did more as the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. She now, frankly, controls and is responsible for the most important parts, in our view, of the World Bank in what she's doing in terms of the global practice groups, external and corporate relations. We're delighted that Mari is able to join us today. I'm also delighted to say that Mari was a former member of the executive board of the International Chamber of Commerce. So the philosophies and the values we have reflected very much in Mari, but the reality is we also reflect very much the values and priorities and I think the spirit that Mari brings to any global conversation. So now it's a great opportunity for me to invite Mari to make a couple of comments, particularly given the role that she plays, and in particular the World Bank must play, in order to ensure that we get enough movement in the global economy. And I think it's always helpful when someone like Mari can also talk to us about her global perspectives on this. Let's face it, health policy these days is economic policy, and understanding how all this plays out is really important. So I'm going to ask Mari now to give a presentation on the way in which the global economy is moving, and also I think we'll show you the unevenness which has been picked up before in some of the other comments we've seen. So if I can introduce you, Mari, to make a few comments, and then we'll have a bit of a Q&A afterwards. Thank you.
Sorry, I was waiting to be unmuted. Thank you, John. It's great to be with all of you even though it's partly virtual, virtual for us, but I know many of you are in Fairmont participating in this very important event, which is the 20 Inception meeting. I was asked to give a brief overview of how the World Bank Group currently sees the prospects of the global economy, especially for emerging markets and developing economies. So I think we just released our global economic prospects in January. So most of these trends are coming from that report. So any of you who wants to know more detail can read that report. But basically, the story is that we had a big surge of growth bound with global GDP surging to 5.5% in 2021, which is the largest post-recession rebound in 80 years. But growth is expected to slow to 4.1% in 2022 and 3.2% in 2023. And the slowdown is occurring as pent-up demand dissipates and fiscal and monetary stimulus is unwound. As we know, there has been unprecedented fiscal and monetary stimulus, which is now being wound down. And it is worth noting that the slowdown over the next couple of years is in a league of its own. It's also the steepest slowdown after any rebound from a global recession since 1970. And as John mentioned, what we are experiencing is uneven recovery. And the slowdown is going to lead to inequality, both between countries and within countries. First, let me discuss the inequality between countries. What we are seeing is that advanced economies rebounded, and even though they're expected to slow down in growth from 5% to 3.8% in 22 and 2.3% in 23, it will still be sufficient to restore GDP output and investment. In 2022, 9 out of 10 advanced countries will have regained their pre-pandemic levels of per capita income. The story is totally different with emerging and developing economies, which are lagging in recovery and having a slower growth of 4.6% in 22 and 44.4% in 23. This needs to be compared with the 5.1% average of the previous decade prior to the pandemic. So prior to the pandemic, emerging countries were growing faster than advanced countries. So you were having a divergence, but now you're having a convergence because of the slower growth. So even by 2022, only 4 in 10 emerging market economies would have recovered pre-pandemic levels. And in 2023, the total output of emerging market is expected to be only 4% below the pandemic level. Second, we have seen inequality within countries increasing, particularly in low-income countries, as shown by changes in the Gini coefficient, which is the measure of inequality. And it's not surprising because the lower income households are the ones that are worst impacted and less able to deal with the shock. In low-income countries and in sub-Saharan Africa, there's a number of households reporting income losses rose to more than 70%. And what's worse is what we call the scarring effect of learning losses and health impact on children and women because of school closures and because of health services being focused on the pandemic and leading to human capital losses from lost learning, which will also reduce productivity and there has been an unequal impact on the learning losses, impacting women more, impacting lower income households more, and so on. So that's what we are referring to as the long-term scarring effects. So this gloomy story is really just to emphasize that G20 needs to have a concerted effort to address these inequalities between and within countries and prioritize the issue of green and inclusive development, as has been emphasized by the Indonesia G20 year. And getting development countries back on track is not just about the development issue, but it's also going to help the global economic growth, given the share of growth of developing countries. The global cooperation that all previous speakers have emphasized is really one of the keys, which is the equality of vaccination and access to testing and so on. And then cooperation of orderly exit from the unprecedented fiscal and monetary stimulus, addressing the issue of debt, and really how to support developing countries to have green and inclusive growth. These are some of the major themes I know that's in the G20 year, and especially when the G20 chair is a developing country. So I just wanted to say that, yes, gloomy story, but the opportunities are there to address these issues. Now, let me just turn finally to the private sector, because we know that without the private sector, we really cannot have the recovery. We have done data collection on over 100,000 firms up to March 21 through our Business Pulse surveys. Although the situation continues to evolve, these surveys provide a few insights on firm recovery that can inform policies going forward, especially in regard to the private sector. Just let me mention four trends. First, financial vulnerabilities are higher in countries with less developed financial markets. Within countries, large firms are recovering faster than micro and small firms, raising the concerns of increasing market concentration and therefore the particular attention to MSMEs. So again, I think this is one of the priority in the B20 agenda. It is really very important to address it. Second, fewer firms are cutting down on labor than earlier in the pandemic, but the recovery in employment is not compensating the initial decline. This suggests that all jobs lost during the pandemic may not come back, even as sales trend come back to their pre-crisis level. And this is not because of a level of digitalization or automation. It's really because of the high levels of uncertainty. So addressing uncertainty is really a key issue. Third, business continues to leverage digital technologies to adapt to the crisis. But uncertainty inhibits wider adoption, and there remains substantial gaps between small and large firms. The share of businesses increasing the use of digital technologies rose from 31% in the early months of the pandemic to 44% some 7 to 12 months into the crisis. While the share of businesses making new investments in digital solutions grew from 17% to 29%, the likelihood of digital adoption among micro firms is more than 1/4 of the adoption rates among large firms. Again, another agenda of how to increase the digitalization, especially for SMEs, and how private or public support is needed for that. Fourth, access to policy support has nearly doubled since the early months of the pandemic, but is provided unequally. Firms in low-income countries continue to be half as likely to benefit from public assistance. This is, of course, related to the constraints of fiscal space compared to businesses in high and upper middle income economies. So micro and small firms remain significantly less likely to receive public support. So as we emerge from the crisis, it's really important to untangle these issues because a dynamic private sector is what is needed in emerging markets to lead the economic recovery. So there needs to be timely support for firms, especially the most vulnerable ones. Otherwise, there may be persistent harm as otherwise healthy firms are closed down and the related jobs are permanently lost. So in the short term, support for firms should help to address immediate liquidity challenges to keep the lights on, as we say, and limit firm closures and bankruptcies. This type of support needs to be rapid, transparent, and time-bound. In the recovery phase, policies should be geared towards supporting growth-oriented enterprises, promoting reallocation of resources to more efficient companies, and avoiding measures that risk propping up unviable zombie firms. It's important to protect the financial sector's ability to continue lending to the viable corporate sector and to strengthen insolvency and restructuring frameworks. So again, one of the big issues I think is uncertainty. So policy direction of governments is going to be very important. And policies to facilitate technology adoption will also be important. And how can we really address the vulnerable firms? In conclusion, I think many previous speakers have already mentioned the importance of a coordinated effort by the global community. not only to recover from the pandemic, but to address the multiple crises that are interconnected: health, climate, and so on, and inequality, I would say. So how do we get back to a green, resilient, and inclusive development pathway? And we really must focus on preventing long-run economic scarring, take back development progress, and reduce inequality with policies that focus on equitable access to quality education, healthcare, finance, digital services, and infrastructure, and how to make sure that we can have viable firms survive and financial institutions be viable to provide credit. And I would totally agree with all that's been mentioned about the need to foster an open and rules-based trade and investment climate that support countries and firms to grow. So let me end on that note. I'm sorry if I went a little bit over my 10 minutes, but I'm pleased that we will have an opportunity to have some discussion after this. Thank you, John.
Thanks so much, Mari. It's always good to hear from you. Inclusive growth, I mean, two easy words to join together. And I suppose it's important for us now that we've listened to you to understand why inclusive growth is so important. And in many respects, the insights you bring, particularly on the Gini coefficient, that indicator of inequality, is actually something important to dwell upon. And I think we should all understand why in Indonesia G20, why in Indonesia leadership in the APEC community, why in the leadership of ASEAN, etc. This issue of inclusive growth is so important because what we've discerned and what Mari has just pointed out is this increasing, I suppose, disparity and inequality which is occurring not just across countries, but within countries themselves. And this is a precursor generally for civil and social disorder and unrest. The reason I say that in a very clear that those who are subject to that, who are losers there, actually have opportunity, which is why it's really important that we focus on creating environments to enable small, medium enterprises, or we say the real economy. We need to enable people, and I'm not talking about building opportunities just for 50 or 100 or for unicorns. I'm talking about giving people the ability to generate income to support themselves and their families. That's what we mean when we talk about entrepreneurship and SMEs, etc. That's what we're about. That's why, by the way, the ICC, we've created something like 14 now to 16 now centers of entrepreneurship in developing and emerging economies, because we put our money where our mouth is. We actually want to get stuff done, because when we look at that Gini coefficient and we talk about our calls for inclusive growth, you actually have to do something about it, not just talk about it, which is why it's such an important part, I think, of the call to action for Indonesia in the G20, and why, as Mari has just very, I think, powerfully explained, this is not a problem that's going to go away or can be talked away. You're going to have to do something about it. So enabling SMEs, enabling the real economy. And of course, part of that, ensuring we have a strong real economy, is one that's actually able to operate in an effective and transparent multilateral trading system. So Mari, Indonesia is famous in many respects in the G20 process, because I remember in Japan G20, Indonesia very powerfully brought an intervention into the G20 process about reform to the multilateral trading system. As I said in my earlier comments, I really believe this is a great year for Indonesia to revitalize that with some friends of the chair group. But what I would really like, I think everyone might want to hear from you with your experiences, how do you think we can have a multilateral trading system that actually contributes to inclusive and sustainable growth?
That's a big question, John. But let me try to answer very briefly. I continue to believe that trade is very important in the recovery process, and also for increased resilience. Trade, the recovery of trade has also been uneven, with countries that are more integrated into the world economy and global value chains actually being able to recover faster. So that's already telling you that continuing to have integration in the world economy is key for the recovery. And we've had all the bad experiences with trade restrictions on medical supplies, vaccines, and food, affecting and actually sharpening the inequality. So we really need to make sure that on that front, on restrictions of trade that have huge impact on especially for developing countries and low income countries, that should be avoided, right? So I mean the general message about the importance of trade in recovery and the importance of keeping an open rules-based trading and investment international investment system is still, I think, key to the recovery. So what does that mean in this evolving world? Especially we have climate change coming up as a very integrative theme with countries, across countries as well as across companies. So the notion of sustainable development, sustainable growth is now embedded within our discussions of everything, finance, trade, and so on. So when you talk about sustainable trade, I know that there's lots of discussions already in the WTO regarding how can we make sure that the rules governing trade in environmental goods and services, as well as the notion of countries having introducing carbon taxes or carbon pricing because they want to make sure there's even a playing field and so on, is done in a way which involves developing countries. And I think this is going to be a very important part of the discussion. And developing countries, as Indonesia G20 chair and year have emphasized, and I think the discussion actually started from last year, sustainability, being part of a sustainable supply chain, is no longer just about demanding you to be meeting the Paris climate goals. It's about competitiveness. If you're not part of that sustainable supply chain, if you don't have renewable sources of energy for production, if you can't show that you're a part of your carbon footprint and so on, you are not going to be competitive today, right? Even today, it's already starting. So how can we have the capacity building and the support to developing countries and firms to be able to meet these challenges? And then the final challenge is, of course, digital. How, as I mentioned in the figures that I mentioned, firms are adopting and digitalizing and countries are digitalizing in an accelerated way. And COVID has actually pushed that acceleration. It's good and bad. It's good for the firms who can adapt, but there are many who are left behind. How can we make sure that we don't have this widening of digital divide? And that relates to domestic policies as well as the multilateral discussions on digital everything, whether it's the digital tax or the e-commerce discussions in the WTO. Now, my final point is, my usual point is that I do think for developing countries, an open and rules-based multilateral trading system is the best one. It provides the certainty. I remember uncertainty is a big issue that firms are facing today. It provides the certainty and the predictability that's needed. And it's the only fair system in a way to prevent bilateral pressures. I know that this is a big topic. Kishore touched on it, but we don't want a large country to be putting pressure on smaller countries. And how do we make sure that we still have the fair and rules-based trading system that will be beneficial for development? I just add one more, just because Kishore mentioned it. I think there's also a lot of space and room for us to pursue regional agreements. There's one in Asia that Kishore mentioned. In Africa, we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. These are opportunities, I think, for developing countries also.
Thanks so much, Mario. I mean, what a powerful call for an effective functioning multilateral trading system, because it's actually in the interests as well, and it's something should be clearly understood as in the interests of developing countries. And as I said, like more than 2/3 of the ICC now, I mean, we're huge, actually reside in way of actually helping enabling business and ensuring that we do breach some of these gaps that we've talked about along the way. Can I just make a couple of quick comments, because I know we have to move to a close. You made an excellent point with regard to action on climate. It's actually not an optional issue now, it's a competitiveness issue. And for too long, the trading system and the trading discussions have been set apart from discussions on climate. What we're arguing for, I think you would agree, we need to join those discussions up. You need alignment if you actually want systems change. You need the WTO to be engaged and focus on this. It needs to do some stuff that's even just already started on. It needs to close off on this fishery subsidies agreement that has been promising to do for 20 years. I mean, it's the only substantive environmental issue it's involved with, and it still hasn't closed it off. It needs to do that. That's why Dr. Ngozi has made that such a key priority, because it actually goes to the legitimacy, I think, of the WTO. But the WTO needs to understand, and the members there need to understand, these are long-term issues that you cannot, again, wish away. The trading system operates on the planet. We need to ensure the planet is healthy. We therefore need to ensure that we take this action. And actually bringing those voices in is very powerful. So it's something we must do. I actually also think, and what we've talked about along the way here, that we've grappled now with some pretty big issues in a relatively short period of time. What we see now with Indonesia G20 leadership is the opportunity not to put out roadmaps for the next 20 years, but actually to understand the framing for inclusive growth we've talked about. It's important for economic prosperity. It's important for real people in their villages, in their homes, for their families. Ensuring they get an opportunity to build the lives that they actually want is so critical. So that's what inclusive growth is all about. So it's not time to put that off. We actually know bringing the pandemic to an end and actually getting resilience to deal with is critical. So I really do urge Indonesia's leadership to seriously consider a special meeting of leaders on COVID-19 resilience, focusing on the issues about fully funding COVAX, ensuring there's proper access to testing, ensuring that we've got supply chains functioning properly. These are all doable and deliverable. And the other, going to this broader point that we've been talking about, is it's in the interests of the developing world, which is why it's so good to see Indonesian leadership here, to have a functioning multilateral trade system. A mechanism that may be used to support that, to actually force the pace on that, we'll be using a Friends of the Chair process to take soundings to see how much further we can go. So we can support people like Dr. Ngozi to get the change needed in the WTO to enable an effective, functioning, inclusive multilateral trading system. It's a huge pleasure for the ICC to be deeply involved with the B20 again. We are very excited by the prospect of the leadership, not only because of the energy that Shinta brings to the B20, but because of the promise that President Jokowi brings for the opportunity of ensuring a G20 that actually speaks for and helps the world. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. And also particular thanks, there's a particular treat to have Dr. Murray Pingetsu with us as well.
Thank you, Session Chair John W.H. Denton. And now we will proceed to the fireside discussion 2, which is the Boosting an Innovative Global Economy Post-Pandemic. The session chair is Mr. Gautam Kumra, Asia Chairman of McKinsey & Company. Mr. Kumra, the screen is yours.
Well, thank you, and good evening. Good evening, and I hope you're able to hear me. I'm dialing in from Singapore. To start with, I'd like to just start by congratulating, and like the previous speakers did, Indonesia to have been appointed as the host for the G20 meeting this year. And the speakers before me have very eloquently put reasons why Indonesia is well positioned. The one factor I'd like to highlight is Indonesia's role in a very fast digitizing world economy. In fact, even pre-COVID, Indonesia was already amongst the fastest digitizing countries in the world. And if you look at Indonesia today, I'm struck to note that more than 8 million SMEs are participating in the digital ecosystem in Indonesia. And very interestingly, more than half of them tend to be owned by women entrepreneurs. So Indonesia, for many reasons, as has been mentioned, is extremely well positioned. to make a difference through G20 and B20 deliberations this year. To start with, I'd say His Excellency, President of Indonesia, Mr. Arshad, the Chairman of the Indonesia Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and Mrs. Shinta Kamdani, the B20 Indonesia Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to actually have been asked to play the role of a session chair at this B20 Inception meeting. I wanted to say a few comments to just set the stage before I invite many of the outstanding speakers that are about to speak to all of us. As we all have witnessed personally, COVID has upended almost every aspect of our lives. You know, we have changed the way we work and live. We have changed the way we buy and shop, and supply chains have changed the way products get delivered. And as many of the speakers have mentioned, I think the economic impact of COVID has been quite challenging on many economies, particularly on the vulnerable population. And it has actually further deteriorated gender parity. If you look at the World Bank report, roughly 100 million people were pushed below the poverty line in the year 2021. And it is expected that in the year 2022, another 150 million people will likely get pushed below the poverty line. So the challenges that COVID has posed are quite significant. Now, having said that, I think the pandemic is also opening up many new interesting doors and avenues for growth. If you look at the IMF estimates for 22, the global economy is expected to grow at almost 5%, and Asia, in fact, is expected to grow at 6.5%. If anything, the pandemic has further accelerating the rate of innovation in every aspect of business and life. And I believe this metabolic rate of innovation is only going to go further up over the next many years. And this is making a fundamental impact on three things. Firstly, on digitization, which I referred to at the beginning. Second is on new venture building. And third is on sustainability. So let me say a few words about each of these three aspects where innovation is having an impact. Well, if you look at digitization, as I go around the region, I have had the opportunity to talk to about 100 CEOs in the last 6 months, and I'm struck by how fast the digitization efforts have accelerated. In fact, most of the efforts around digitizing customer interactions and supply chain activities have probably been accelerated on average by 3 to 4 years because of COVID. Similarly, if you look at share of digital and digital-enabled products has probably gone up by almost 7 years of activity has been undertaken in the last year or so. Now, if I go to the second aspect of new venture building, as you go and talk to CEOs in the region and around the world on what their top priorities are, more than half of the CEOs we interviewed mentioned that building new businesses is one of their top 3 priorities. In fact, if you look at the rate of corporate venture activity in the world has been growing at about 30% a year for the last 6-7 years. And if you look at the top Fortune 100 companies today, almost 3/4 of those Fortune 100 companies today have some form of corporate venture activity going on. Finally, let me say a word about sustainability. I think, as we all know, about 80% of the world has committed to net zero objectives. However, to get to net zero objectives would require the world to spend about $275 trillion by 2050. This amounts to roughly $9 trillion a year, which is roughly $3.5 trillion more than what is being done today every year. Now, just to put things in perspective, this is roughly half of the world's entire corporate profits. This is no mean feat, and we will need to continue to innovate rapidly in all forms of technologies, including clean tech, hydrogen, carbon capture, to allow our net zero goals to be realized. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think if there is one message, I think if you step back from what we see happening, is really prioritizing innovation and technological upgradation is the need of the hour. And I think it's critical not just to meet our immediate COVID-driven challenges, but also to put the global economy on a path for sustainable, inclusive growth, as many of the speakers before me have mentioned. With that set of introductory comments, it is now my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker to share his comments, and let me invite on stage Mr. Andre Solestio. I believe he is in the room in Indonesia, so welcome on stage. I think you're one of the few people who are joining us in person. As you know, digitization has fundamentally changed our definition of channel mix. Today, if you look at the world economic activity and retail sales, about 18% of all sales are happening through e-commerce channels. And it is expected that that number will be close to 22 to 24% in just another 2 to 3 years. We all know that MSMEs have played a very fundamental role in the enablement of e-commerce. And Andre is extremely well positioned to share his comments. He is, as you all know, the CEO of GoTo, which is the most valuable startup out of Indonesia, as I've come to know and learn recently. And they impact almost 2% of Indonesia's GDP. And I welcome Andre to come and share his comments on how the MSME opportunity can be unlocked through digital growth. Over to you, Andre.
Thank you, Gautam. First of all, I'm actually alone in the stage here, so it's quite an interesting experience here. So thank you for the opportunity. First of all, wanted to send my respect to Pak Arsyad, Chairman of Kadin, Ibu Shinta, who is Chair for the B20 Indonesia, Pak Anindya Bakri as well. So very honored to actually share a perspective on actually the topic of supporting MSMEs through digitalization. So obviously, as a platform that actually enables MSMEs across the whole of Indonesia and certain part of Southeast Asia, this is a topic that is very close to us. But maybe just before I start sharing some perspective, let me share some statistics and data to begin with. As you all know, MSMEs are the backbone of the economy of Indonesia. There are about 60 million MSMEs right now in Indonesia that contributed to about 61% of the national GDP. So in some sense, the resiliency of MSMEs are important, especially during these pandemic times, to ensure that the country also are resilient. So, but despite a lot of the things that actually hit hard because of the pandemic, we've actually are very encouraged to see the rapid pace of acceleration of digitization. So Gautam mentioned earlier, what used to take a year, now it's accelerated 3 years ahead very quickly because of the need during the pandemic. So platforms that actually help MSMEs to reach to a larger customer base, either it's e-commerce platform, food delivery platform, and many others have actually helped for MSMEs to actually survive. And actually, for a lot of them that has embraced digitization, has thrived as well. In GoTo alone, last year, we saw, we processed about $33 billion of transaction value. And because we're not selling our own product, this is actually sales that is actually generated for all the merchants that we partner with. And that actually has increased year over year. So you can imagine that a lot of opportunities has actually been made through digital platforms for those MSMEs to actually get income opportunities. So this is actually a very important trend, and we're obviously super excited about this. And what needed to be done, what has been accelerated fast, we need to ensure that the continuum of adoption, the acceleration of digitization shouldn't stop post-pandemic. So what's great, we need to continue to invest and to ensure that, again, MSMEs can be helped because of digitization. So why is it important? The first that I really want to focus on is this gives the ability for inclusive growth. So why do I say that? Previously, if you are a business, the way that you are able to actually embrace a larger customer base is if you will have the capital to be able to be within the demand. Because of digital platform, not only there's an opportunity to democratize economic opportunity through a lot of the different sizes of businesses. What we've seen in the platform that we established when we actually launched our food delivery product, for instance, there are multiple small businesses, mom and pop store, who never get traffic because they're located far away from city centers, far away from demand, that suddenly got a lot of demand from a lot of customers because of what food delivery actually bridge. So wherever you are, whenever you are, you'll be able to get access to consumer demand. Similarly, the opportunity to democratize this economic activity is not just between the sizes of businesses that actually is operating, but also in terms of location. As you know, Indonesia is an archipelago country, so in a lot of ways, merchants who are selling in smaller islands will not get enough demand to be able to sell their product. But because of what a lot of e-commerce platforms have actually established, again, where the supply is, these types of e-commerce platform gave the ability for a lot of these merchants to meet multiple consumer demands. And via investment in logistics, delivery is made easy. And even today in Indonesia, if you want to order anything from anywhere in Indonesia, you'll get your items in the next day or 24 hours from now. And that actually allows, again, an opportunity for MSMEs to be participating in this larger demand and to create an inclusive growth. The other interesting part is digitization also increases opportunity to create cost efficiency. Again, similarly, many MSMEs are suffering because of the inefficiency of infrastructure. There's too many intermediaries that actually takes so much of the economic profit that makes costs to actually operating expensive for MSMEs. We've also seen a lot of encouraging trends where many digital platforms actually help to also solve that operating inefficiencies, so that if cost becomes cheaper and then getting ways for them to actually sell stuff becomes cheaper, that also increases the ability for them to create more profitability and also to reduce costs for the consumers as well. So that what ended up resulting is that a lot of less dense or less city center areas in Indonesia now has created a lot of pockets of income opportunities. So a lot of the regions actually started to actually be able to create that kind of economy within that area. And a lot of the economic activity also contributed to more job opportunities that itself create a sustainable, inclusive growth. And lastly, I think I'm also encouraged to see that because of the investment that many of companies have done in creating these technological platforms, there's also a lot of interesting new entrepreneurs that actually got established because of this trend. What used to be very hard to start a business, today is very easy. And many of these digital platforms actually help them not only to sell, but also to manage the operations better. In some sense, the analogy is that if you have a great idea or great product, it's so easy to start a business. And that actually have been true during this pandemic. In the last couple of years, we've seen about 1.5 million of additional MSME registered into our platform. And 60% of them are new entrepreneurs who never actually done any businesses before. And that's actually a very encouraging trends because obviously those excitement, those entrepreneurship will carry on in terms of creating this sustainable growth opportunities along the way, and in turn also create a lot of economic activity for that as well. So I think, so I think, there's multiple ways why, this digitization for MSMEs are important. But my message and my conclusion is that what's been great needs to be continue to be invested. And to be able to continue with that investment, it needs to be collaborative. Government has been very, very supportive in its digitization and have done multiple great policies that support. But more, we need more. And obviously, this is kind of where collaboration between private and the public sector is really required. And that's kind of a conclusion that I want to make from this. So thank you, Gautam.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Asia, as you all know, has been at the center of driving the world's consumption. And as you look at the next decade, Asia will drive roughly half of the world's global consumption and represents about a $10 trillion opportunity for the world. Now, we all know that capturing that opportunity requires companies to build ecosystems. And I think nobody is better positioned than Mr. Joseph Tsai to come and speak to you about collaborative growth and unlocking digital opportunities through collaborative growth. So let me welcome Joseph Tsai, the co-founder and vice chairman of Alibaba, for his remarks.
Gautam, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I also want to thank His Excellency President Jokowi, and also the Indonesia B20 Organizing Committee to allow Alibaba to make a quick presentation. When we talk about multi-stakeholder collaboration using internet innovation and digitization to drive growth, Alibaba has taken the last 23 years of our history to experiment with this great process of growth, digitized growth driving for the Chinese economy. But over the last few years, Alibaba has also, stepped outside of China. If you look at our business, we're mainly a consumer-driven company for online shopping, and with over 900 million annual active users shopping on our platform in our home country. But what's more important is that we have built the infrastructure for driving and developing the growth. And that infrastructure today is productized into a business unit, our cloud computing unit called Alibaba Cloud. And we're using that infrastructure to enable other countries and entrepreneurs and small businesses in all around the world to drive growth. And internet by its nature is based on innovation, based on digitized information, and also most importantly, it's inclusive. Whether you're big or small, you can use the internet infrastructure to develop your business. And Alibaba's core strength and our core competency is to help small businesses to leverage the power of digitization. And I want to give you a few examples. There's nothing that's more inclusive than the Olympics. Olympics is an event globally where all countries come together in one place. The athletes, they compete, but also in the background, countries collaborate and have a chance to meet with each other. And this sense of inclusiveness is all embodied in the Olympic spirit. And Alibaba is proud to be the infrastructure cloud supplier to the Olympics. And so, for example, in the Beijing Winter Olympics, which is about to start in about a week, we are the cloud service provider for the online exhibition hall. for the Beijing Olympics, where users can use the internet and the digitized formats to experience the Olympics from anywhere they are. As you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic, so fans cannot physically travel to the Olympic site, but they could use the internet and our infrastructure to experience the Olympics. We're also supporting broadcasters around the world who are broadcasting the Olympics. The traditional way of broadcasting is you have to bring a very heavy truck into the site, and then you have to bring your production people into the truck to produce the Olympics so that their home countries could see their own athletes perform. But today, with the Alibaba cloud infrastructure supporting broadcasters, we are able to enable the rights holders, all the TV broadcasters, to stay within their home country and do this production remotely, which really makes it very, very inclusive. Basically, has democratized the broadcasting process. So whether you're a big broadcaster or a small broadcaster, no matter how much resources you have, they could do the production within remotely within their own country. And on this, we're working with the Olympic Broadcasting Services to enable that. And we are also enabling the athletes themselves using our AI modeling to create volumetric captures of their movements, whether it's during training or competition. All of these captures will be able to create good analytical data for the analysts, for the athletes to understand how they can perform better. And that's also powered by the Alibaba Cloud. So, with the global village of the Olympics, everybody coming together, with the athletes coming together, we're still enabling a mixed process of both physical and virtual, so that fans can experience the Olympic spirit virtually from all around the globe. And that makes all of this Olympics much, much more inclusive. In the case of Indonesia, our cloud infrastructure, our cloud business has been operating here for several years. And our core mission here is to support entrepreneurs and businesses, especially small business, to become successful and help them grow. And I'm very honored to have the opportunity to be on the same panel as Andre, who we know, and his company is one of the leading digital companies today, really in the world, supporting a very, very important mission of making the services, delivery services, and all the sort of physical services available digitally so that you can order online. I think that's a great effort. We are in Indonesia making, actually supporting quite a bit of activity when it comes to helping young people to get trained. We're part of the this program called the Kartu Pekerja, which is a pre-employment card training program. And so far, we have powered the training of skills and digital competency of people that have been affected by the COVID and that pandemic. And so far, we've been able to train 7.9 million people on 1,700 subjects for this training. And we're very proud to be partnered in this regard within Indonesia. The other example is we're partnered with the Ministry of Communications and Information on a digital talent scholarship program where we are providing the digital infrastructure for training young people, especially helping them to enhance their digital competency. And so all of these steps really come down to the importance of having the infrastructure for digitization. We live in a much more digitized world where the internet is everywhere, and consumers are interacting with the internet, and at the same time, data is being captured through those interactions. And for companies and businesses that want to manage data from storage to analytics, Alibaba Cloud is often behind these kind of activities. And so thank you very much for the opportunity to make this presentation. And we hope to continue to make the internet more inclusive and drive growth through digitization. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Joseph. And let's continue the dialogue around innovation. Let me bring yet another dimension, the role of the telecom industry. And I think, as we all know, the telcos actually have played a very vital role in connecting all of us to our work, to our families, to healthcare, to schools. And I think it's also fair to say that the telecom industry itself is now going through major seismic shifts and is facing a whole set of challenges and opportunities around regulatory changes, technology changes. And I'm delighted to introduce Borge Ekholm, the CEO of Ericsson, who is joining us virtually to talk about one of those fundamental seismic shifts, which has to do with digital inclusion. So, Mr. Ekholm, welcome, and over to you for your comments. I think you may be on mute.
Let's see if it works. Does it work? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kumra. Mr. Arshad Rashid, Chairman of Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ms. Shinta Kamdani, B20 Indonesia Chair. And ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to speak before you, but it's also an honor to join Andrea and Joe on the same panel. I'm also very happy to return as co-chair of the B20 Digitalization Task Force. But first of all, a big congratulations to Indonesia to lead B20 this year. I think, as many speakers have remarked before, it's certainly very, very prominent and very rightfully the right country to lead as well. Last year's B20 Digitalization Task Force declared that digital transformation is a key driver of economic development, a fundamental lever in fighting climate change, and a powerful enabler of social inclusion. Those words still holds true. Digitalization is probably the closest thing we have to a silver bullet for many of the world's biggest challenges. 60% of total GDP is forecast to be enabled by digitalization this year. Our research also shows that digital technologies have the potential to reduce net global greenhouse gas emissions up to 15% by 2030, while only representing 1.5% of total emissions. And it's clear that being connected has never been more critical than during COVID-19 pandemic. As you remarked, helping people learn, socialize have been critical, but I would also say it has enabled the workforce to work remotely. And actually, the pandemic, like other crises in the past, have really accelerated an ongoing trend of digitalization. But this also means that the divide between those who are connected and those who are not has further increased. Actually, half the world's population are not and have never been online. Connectivity might actually be the biggest driver of inequality going forward. So closing the digital divide must be a top priority as we go forward into the future. We need really to ensure that high-performing digital infrastructure is in place for developed and emerging markets alike. I believe this must be a key vector for the task force. This infrastructure allows exponential technologies such as 5G, AI, VR to flourish, opening up known and unknown uses that can support inclusion as well as sustainable growth. And I think digital infrastructure is important, but it's really of little value unless people know how to use it. By 2030, we forecast that 2/3 of the world's workforce will depend on high-performance connectivity, such as 5G networks. It's paramount, therefore, that we really work towards closing the digital skills gap and support digital inclusion. Literacy and skills are the single biggest self-reported barrier to internet access in Africa, Latin America, East and South Asia. Public-private partnership, I am sure, will be key. The Ericsson Educate program is one of those type of partnerships. It's live in several countries, and in partnership with local schools and institutions, it aims to share the competencies that we at Ericsson have in-house more broadly, addressing those critical skills required in tomorrow's workforce. One example is in Malaysia. Earlier this month, we announced a collaboration with University Technology Malaysia and Digital Nasional Berhad that's helping to educate students on 5G and emerging technologies. This collaboration will enable UTM students to participate and contribute to the country's digital economy. So from AI to robotics to app development, the rapid pace of change means schools and universities will invariably require the support of industry to take digital learning beyond the basic level. This B20, let us from the business community work to find good answers to this skill question. In doing so, we can support digital inclusion. And inclusion is key for economic growth, benefiting us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rukam. And I think it's my pleasure to invite the fourth and the final speaker, Mr. Brad Smith from Microsoft. I know he's sent us a recording. He couldn't be us in real time. But I think one of his beliefs is that when the technology we develop changes the world, we bear the responsibility to help address the world. And he's basically going to talk about the fundamental role of technology in driving growth. So perhaps we can listen to his recording.
Hello, I'm Brad Smith, the President and Vice Chair of Microsoft, and I first want to say thank you for giving me and for giving our company the opportunity to be here today, to be part of such an important event, to be a participant in the B20, and to just contribute to the broader success of the G20 as a whole. I think this meeting comes at a very important time. We're not yet out of COVID, and yet it's also a time when we so clearly need to look forward and even look beyond. When I think about this decade, I think it's a decade that as a whole will likely be remembered as a decade that began with COVID and ended with the climate. And I want to talk about COVID and climate and some of the common connections that we at Microsoft see between them. The first one is, in a sense, obvious. Think about the problem. In both instances, we're really grappling with something far bigger than humanity. We're grappling with nature, with a virus, and with carbon. Two things that don't respect boundaries. They don't even understand the borders of the world. They literally enter the atmosphere and spread everywhere. They have created enormous challenges in every community and in every country. And as we think about what they have in common, I think there are three lessons worth reflecting upon. The first is, not surprisingly for a tech company, the role of technology in addressing these challenges. 50 and 100 years from now, people will look back at this pandemic and they will remember many things. But I think one of the things that may stand out taller than anything else, is the enormous human achievement in inventing vaccines. A technological achievement that in the past took years or decades that literally, in this instance, people were able to pursue in a matter of months. That is an important lesson, not just for how we deal with COVID, but I believe that is the lesson that we need to remember for climate. The technologies that we invent, that we need to invent to address climate change, will be multifaceted. It will be advances in batteries and long-duration energy storage. It will involve new things like sustainable aviation fuel, advances in wind and solar, in nuclear fusion. All of these things are in our future, as are advances like direct air capture. We will need decades of enormous technological change. I think that should cause us to reflect on the second thing. What we found in COVID and what we will find in climate is that technology comes from people. It's people with the skills and the support needed to invest in innovation. We have a skilling challenge in every country and in every community, and we're living through it as we adjust to a post-COVID economy. We will have it even more when we think about the skills that will be needed for a new generation of innovation and so many new jobs. There's a third lesson as well, and I think it's about the importance of community. Community that brings different groups together, people with different points of view, that brings different countries together as well. We obviously live in a time when people disagree on many things. That's part of human nature. People always will. But we need to find new ways to work together, to appreciate what we each bring to the table and where we can forge progress together. I think if we keep these three ideas in mind and focus on the future with this emphasis on technology, the skills needed to pursue it, and the community that is needed to support it, that is what this meeting is about. That is what the B20 can advance. That is what we need the G20 to help us all accomplish. At Microsoft, we look forward to being part of these solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've just heard four scintillating speakers on the topic of innovation. And if I can just summarize for me what were four key takeouts that came through in the comments from Andre, Joseph, Mr. Ecom, and Brad. I think first was around the democratization of economic activity. I think they all touched on the idea about how I think we have taken inefficiency out of the system, how it is equalizing opportunities for a lot of players who could not participate in the economic activity beforehand. So democratization of economic activity is, to me, the first takeaway from this chat. Second, I think, is the really important role of MSMEs. I think all of them alluded to it, but whether it's the existing large number of MSMEs that are participating in the digital ecosystem, or frankly, many new ones that are getting born and are getting catalyzed because they can now access the market that they could not do so beforehand. It also has a very important role to play in gender equality. I think the third key takeout to me was around digital infrastructure and access. I think Joseph talked about what Alibaba is doing on the cloud infrastructure side. And Mr. Ecom talked very eloquently about the challenge of skilling and how literacy and skilling is in fact some of the key barriers, in addition to connectivity, that we need to address to bridge the digital divide. So the third thing was around digital infrastructure and access. And the last one, if I can say, is maybe around leadership. Brad alluded to it. I think Andre talked about the need to continue this activity, and Brad mentioned and spoke about the role of people and communities. So the last one I'd say is around leadership to continue the space of digitization and innovate, not just for the challenges of COVID, but also for the challenges of climate, as again, one of the speakers said beautifully. So with that, I'd like to thank all my four panelists and hand it over back to stage.
India Novian Bakri, Chairman of Supervisory Board at Kadin Indonesia, International Advocacy Caucus at B20 Indonesia, and CEO of Bakri Brothers Tbk. Mr. Bakri?
Forging a sustainable future. Allow me to share some familiar data. We require 50% reductions of emissions by 2030 to limit warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2100. That's the first data. Second data, today, just 8 years away from 2030 target, we are seeing already 1.2 degrees Celsius. And the trajectory is taking us to 2.7 degrees Celsius by 2100. Third data, this disastrous trajectory is putting 800 million people at risk from rising sea level, and double that amount to 1.7 billion people experiencing severe heat waves. Imagine a world where we may see 25% loss in total world's GDP by 2100. That is exactly why B20 Indonesia is laser focused to get the global business community to forge a sustainability future today. COP26 in Glasgow, thankfully, has put a temporary break from this slippery slope trend, with some progress through the Glasgow Climate Pact. I'm pleased to co-lead the Indonesian business delegation along with Chairman of Kadin, Pak Arsyad, and B20 Chairwoman Bu Shinta on our annual mission to the UK, including Glasgow. The COP26 outcomes are not satisfying, but they should leave us hopeful. The summit's Glasgow Pact was short on easy wins. Having said that, we have some progresses. Among others, Article 6, the role of carbon markets. The mobilization of $100 billion per annum from developed economies are key to keep this 1.5 degrees target alive. Indonesia has committed to reach net zero by 2060. Importantly, among the G20 economies, Indonesia has published the most comprehensive roadmap on how to achieve that. Of course, with proper and tangible climate financing, Indonesia can achieve there earlier. Energy transition and net zero is one of the 3 key priorities outlined by President Jokowi, as you have seen today. Hence, as my capacity in the B20 International Advocacy Caucus Group and Chairman of Supervisory Board at Kadin, we collectively will need to take the net zero baton from Glasgow to Bali, where together the business community can amplify our voices via B20. On today's sustainability session, I'm delighted to be joined by the global thought leaders across the globe. First speaker, Mike Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg, UN Special Envoy for Climate Ambitions and Solutions. Second, Mark Carney, UN Special Envoy on Climate Actions and Finance. Third, Amin Nasser, President and CEO of Saudi Aramco. Fourth, Francesco Staras, CEO of Anal Group. Fifth, Alok Sharma, President of COP26 and Cabinet Minister at Her Majesty Government. And sixth, Andrew Forrest, Chairman and Founder of Fortescue Future Industry. Now, our first speaker. I had the great pleasure in meeting Mike on the first day of COP26 in Glasgow. It has been a great pleasure to have Mike to join our B20 International Advocacy Caucus to drive the sustainability transition topic and potentially collaborating in bringing the first Bloomberg Summit to Southeast Asia in Bali in the same week of B20 and G20. Without further ado, I'll invite Mike to share his insights on how global business community can work together to tackle the reality of climate disasters.
Hello, everyone. It has been a very challenging start to the year, and I hope you're all well. I want to thank the B20 and our hosts in Indonesia for bringing us together. The fact is, all the big challenges we face require collaboration across borders and across the public and private sectors. That's true about the pandemic and about climate change. Businesses have strong incentives to help lead the way. Climate change presents enormous financial risks, and the transition to clean energy is an enormous investment opportunity. Bloomberg and Bloomberg Philanthropies are working closely with Indonesia to speed up investment in green infrastructure and to knock down barriers that stand in the way. We developed a roadmap for ramping up solar power in Indonesia and worked with its infrastructure bank to help get projects off the ground. And globally, we're leading a number of efforts to help businesses identify the risks and opportunities they face from climate change so that they can take action. Just to name one, we're leading the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, or TCFD as it's called. A growing number of countries have endorsed the TCFD's recommendations, including the G20 countries. It's a great example of how businesses and governments can work together. The B20 plays an important role in spurring more of these collaborations. So thank you all for bringing your insights and expertise to this conference, and all the best.
Thank you, Mike, for sharing these top-of-the-house issues, and a round of applause from Jakarta, indeed. As climate change presents immense financial risk, and transition to clean energy presents an enormous investment opportunity, businesses have strong incentives to help carve the path. Next, we will explore a live topic on carbon markets, a key priority for Indonesia and many other emerging economies to develop an active and liquid carbon markets. Now, I will bring in Mark, who will share his perspective on how to accelerate carbon market ecosystem worldwide. Please, Mark Carney.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be joining you virtually. I wish I was there in person, and I certainly intend to be in Indonesia over the course of the year. Let me provide a few words of context and then hit on carbon markets. And the big picture is that I believe that Indonesia's G20 presidency can be decisive in unlocking the power of the private sector to tackle the climate crisis. Under the presidency of Alok Sharma, from whom you'll hear in a few moments, the proportion of emissions covered by country net zero targets rose from less than 1/3 to more than 80%. And net zero is now the organizing principle for over 5,000 of the world's largest companies. And with the right policies in the right markets, such as carbon markets, it will become the norm throughout our economies and will drive major cross-border financial flows. And the second big point I'd like to make is that the money needed, the enormous amount of money that is needed to finance the net zero transition, is now available. That's because in Glasgow, 24 major reforms to the heart of the financial system were delivered to align it with the net zero transition, including global standards for mandatory climate disclosure, building on what Mike Bloomberg just referenced, the TCFD, endorsed by Indonesia and other major emerging economies through something called the new ISSB. In parallel, GFANZ, which is a group of over 450 of the world's largest banks, asset managers, insurers, and pension funds from over 45 countries, committed to manage their $130 trillion balance sheets in line with net zero. That's 40% of all global financial assets, and it's the kind of financial firepower needed to address the scale of the global energy transition. Now, there's three ways to seize the opportunity that has been created in Glasgow. The first is with credible and predictable country policies. The more government climate policies are credible and predictable, the more investors will pour money in anticipation of changes, driving large-scale investment, faster decarbonization, more jobs, and greater growth. And the B20 can reinforce the calls of GFANZ for more ambitious policy measures, including carbon pricing, the development of carbon markets, deep decarbonization policies to transform industries like transportation, and mandatory net zero transition plans for large companies. The world also needs more clarity on the energy transition. I'm sure Amin Nasser will expand on this, including frameworks for responsible retirement of stranded assets, the financing of low carbon intensity fossil fuels during the transition, and the acceleration of new low carbon generation. The G20 can drive the consensus and the action on all these issues. The second big initiative I would recommend for this G20 is to ensure that emerging economies can receive the additional $1 trillion a year of financing they need for the transition. And to get there, we're going to need reform of the international financial architecture. Specifically, that means new country platforms, which combine ambitious country climate plans, that GFANZ financing, catalytic initiatives such as the CFLI, which Mike Bloomberg's leading, including in Indonesia, and the expertise and capital of multilateral development banks. These platforms should deploy new structures of blended finance with high multipliers, connecting private finance with Paris-aligned projects and managing the wind down of stranded assets. And third, we need high integrity voluntary carbon markets. These markets could expand the world's limited carbon budget by over 10%. The Glasgow Climate Pact critically concluded Article 6, which will help facilitate government-to-government flows for carbon markets, but the largest flows won't come from governments. This will be capital from those companies in advanced economies who've committed to net zero, capital from these companies to projects in the emerging and developing world, including nature-based solutions such as reforestation that not just reduce carbon, but help tackle the crisis in biodiversity. The right infrastructure is now in prospect to grow this market to over $100 billion a year. The Winners Task Force published its blueprint, and a new governance body, the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets, is now overseeing the development of market standards, including assurance both on the quality of credits by setting out new core carbon principles and ensuring that credits deliver real, permanent, and additional emissions reductions. And I'd encourage both the B20 and the G20 to endorse these core carbon principles and for governments to help put in place the necessary market and regulatory infrastructure to accelerate the development of these essential carbon markets. To conclude, the last time I was in Indonesia was a few years ago in Bali. And at that point, the president correctly, this was the IMF annual meetings, and the president correctly warned us that winter is coming. Now, I'd suggest by seizing the opportunities created in Glasgow and by this new financial system, Indonesia's presidency has the potential not just to mark the change of seasons, but to change the climate to the benefit of our fellow citizens today and generations to come. Thank you very much.
Let's give it up for Mark. Thanks, Mark, for your invaluable knowledge in accelerating the carbon market ecosystem worldwide and how Indonesia can play an active role in this space. Especially, Indonesia is known as the world's lung, as over 50% of Indonesia's land mass are covered by forestry. 96 million hectares of forest, mangroves, and peatlands. This will be a fundamental element to propel Indonesia and G20 countries' net zero transition stories. As we are in transition era, we need to acknowledge that companies in the energy and resources sector will be heavily impacted and poised to be active participants of carbon markets. Now, it is a great segue to invite Mr. Amin Nasser, President and CEO of Saudi Aramco, to share his perspectives on a just transition in energy sector in the post-pandemic era. Perspectives from the chief of the largest company in the world by revenue will set the tone on how other business leaders are looking at this transition story. Over to you, Mr. Amin Nasser.
Good evening from Saudi Arabia, and thank you back. And then, as you and Mark have just outlined, forging a sustainable future is among the most urgent tasks in front of us now, and it is one of the greatest responsibilities we have to our future generations. So energy transition is important to reach that future. And to reliably move towards a sustainable future, we must focus on both economic development and climate protection. Because, as we all know, energy is the lifeblood of modern economies and societies. To ensure economic development, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy is required. And we all agree that to move toward a sustainable energy future, a smooth energy transition is absolutely essential. But we must also consider the complexities and challenges to get there. Strategies and actions need to be pragmatic, just, and inclusive. Although we have to acknowledge that the current transition is not going smoothly. A one-size-fits-all approach is having painful consequences, proving that it's unlikely to equally work for developed and developing countries. As the global economy has started to recover, there has been a resurgence in demand for oil and gas. But since investment in oil and gas have fallen, supplies have lagged, which is why we see very tight markets in Europe and part of Asia. And the COVID pandemic has only widened the gap between the have and have-nots, with severe implications for economies, societies, and billions of people around the world. For example, technology solutions that industrialized or developed countries can afford are out of reach for developing countries. And McKinsey Global Institute predicted this week that roughly $275 trillion would need to be spent globally on physical assets by 2050. But clearly, alternatives are not yet ready to shoulder the burden of large and growing global energy demand. So demand for conventional energy is likely to prevail for quite some time. Unfortunately, supplies of conventional energy are being discouraged, while alternatives are not yet ready, be it for heavy transport, petrochemicals, or lubricants. Even in light-duty vehicles, where electric vehicles offer an option, really clean electricity will not be available for quite some time, especially in developing world. So in my view, the transition plan needs to reflect these realities, which point to the need for both existing and new energy running in parallel. And a failure to revise transition plan and strategy would be seriously harmful for billions of people and the global economy. But let me be clear, this is not about changing climate goals or that investment in a new energy be stopped. What I am proposing is that investment in both existing and new energy be continued until the latter is developed enough to realistically and significantly be able to meet rising global energy consumption. And to advance progress on the climate goals, we need to intensify effort to further lighten the carbon footprint of conventional energy. it is to be recognized that concurrently accomplishing all the goals I have highlighted is a tough challenge. But I am confident that with the energy industry governments in both the developed and developing world and society working together, we can plan better and accomplish our goals. Thank you for your attention, and I wish President Joko Widodo and all our friends in Indonesia a successful G20 presidency. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Nasser. His take on ensuring a just transition in the energy sector in the post-pandemic era is certainly nice to see coming from the Middle East region. Now, let's go to the mainland Europe, where we want to hear some deep dives on net zero journey from one of Europe's largest utility company by market cap, and a leading Italian multinational manufacturer and distributor of electricity and gas, Enel Group. I want to invite Francesco Staras, CEO of Enel Group, on how companies around G20 economies can catalyze that net zero transition to forge a sustainable future. The floor is yours, Francesco.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here with you. I had the honor of chairing the task force and resource efficiency on the last B20 that was headed by Italy, as the G20 was presidency was the Italian one. And we have spent considerable amount of time trying to reconcile different positions as obvious during this so critical and so important transition. We basically distilled 4 major recommendations in order to accelerate and make sure that the transition is an orderly one and not a turbulent one, as we have seen many other transitions of technological nature becoming in the past. I would add that major industrial-driven, technologically driven transition have been great enablers of progress for mankind in the past, but also they have brought about and generated a lot of inequality invariably. This has happened all the times. We have a chance now to try and bring about the inevitable energy transition without the same amount of inequality that previous industrial transition have generated in the past. And we think that if we follow 4 guidelines, we might have a chance at doing that. The first one is clearly, this is a transition that is beneficial for everybody. It's beneficial for the industrial progress of mankind. It's beneficial for the social progress of mankind. It's also beneficial for climate, and it is a major tool to fight climate change. So it should be accelerated, and we should shift energy users toward clean energy, promoting and accelerating the shift to clean energy sources, namely promoting electrification, being electricity progressively decarbonized, and moving to other energy sources that do not have greenhouse gas emissions associated with that. We have in parallel to increase the efficiency, so the efficient use of energy, which today is not correctly considered in many energy policies around the world. And in parallel, a monumental task is in front of us, which is develop infrastructures that are capable of sustaining this ambition and this effort. I'm talking about investments in the range of trillions, roughly about 9 trillions a year in the next 10 years, in order to really go through this properly. The second is to provide policies to further, to foster growth of a sustainable manner. So we have to leverage the great tool of sustainable finance. There is a great appetite from financial community for investment opportunities that are directly tied and connected to the Sustainable Development Goals. So make sure that finance is tackled in the right direction, and make sure that we have what in the COP26, and I think this has been one of the great accomplishments of the COP26, develop carbon markets that will eventually converge to a single market. It is not possible to do it from the onset, but develop different carbon markets is already a big step towards decarbonizing deeply our society. The third is make sure that we have a resilient and robust supply chain system. I think what we have learned during the COVID-19 is that the supply chains we were used to have were fragile and extremely fragmented, and we are still paying the price for that. The present supply chain disruptions that we are all facing in different parts of the world are the result of some kind of lack of attention to the dimension of global trade. And what we need to do is to really rethink the way in which logistics and in general manufacturing and consumption locations have to be considered in a different way and more with consideration of resiliency, not just cost efficiency. I think we have heard directly from Mr. Nasser the importance of the transition to be just. And this is a key point. This is something that we need to understand. The resistance to the transition will be directly proportional to our lack of attention to those that sit in part of the industrial development that are going to be directly affected negatively, I would say, from this transition. So make sure that they are part of the benefits of the transition and not just subject to some damage or some hope that something will be fixed in the future. We have to walk together through the transition. Finally, we have to preserve the equilibrium of the natural ecosystem. We cannot have a successful energy transition and a decarbonized economy while pillaging the natural ecosystem, both on land and at seas. That is what is going on. And we have to stop deforestation. We have to stop really destroying our climate, hoping that some kind of magical technology will fix everything in the future. This is something we owe to ourselves, we owe to the planet, and we owe it to our children and grandchildren. I think this is all. I am really happy to be part and not chair, because one time is enough, but part of the new task force, which is called Energy, Climate and Sustainability. I think the name is really putting everything in the right direction altogether. Under the B20 led by the Indonesian authorities. I think it is a great opportunity for Indonesia to show leadership in this important field. And I really would like to conclude with Joko Widodo words saying that the President of the Republic of Indonesia saying that it is time today that we recover stronger, but we recover together and not divided. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Francesco, on the in-depth take on catalyzing the net zero to forge a sustainable future. Businesses and family offices, too, can be a catalyst to support their countries in achieving SDGs. I am a huge believer in impact investing, and through my hat as chairman of APAC Business Advisory Council, where together with Bu Shinta here, the chairwoman, with a number of next generation leaders of Indonesia, we launched the first fund of Indonesia's Impact Fund, or IIF, at COP26 in Glasgow. And this will go global into an international IIF launch by November during B20 summit. Tonight, we have heard COP26 being mentioned multiple times by our distinguished speakers and myself. Now, with great pleasure, let's hear from President of COP26, a Member of Parliament and Minister of State at the Cabinet Office of Her Majesty Government, who will share key outcomes and call to actions from COP26. Mr. Alok Sharma, President of COP26, the floor is yours.
Greetings to you all. It's a pleasure to join you today. All of you with us today will play a pivotal role in the future of our planet. Business is at the heart of the transition to a clean global future, and that is because both to deliver, we need change across the real economy, and because governments need to know that business backs bold climate action. The nations of G20, which accounts for 80% of global emissions, will be decisive. And we are at a critical juncture. Last November, businesses, financial institutions in almost 200 countries came to Glasgow for the United Nations Climate Conference, COP26. And countries came together and agreed the Glasgow Climate Pact. This is a historic agreement that, amongst many other things, calls on countries to phase down unabated coal power and phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. And it requests countries to revisit and strengthen their 2030 emission reduction targets as necessary to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement by the end of this year. And outside the negotiations, we heard commitments from countries, businesses and finance to clean up sectors like power and road transport, to put an end to deforestation, to accelerate the pace of new technologies and move the world towards a clean, climate-resilient economy. Over 5,000 businesses have now joined the United Nations Race to Zero campaign, committing to reach net zero by 2050 at the latest, and of course to short-term targets to get there. And with commitments made at COP26, over 90% of the global economy is now covered by net zero targets, up from less than 30% when the UK took on the COP presidency. The First Movers Coalition was launched at COP26, through which companies committed to use their purchasing power to spur clean technology development. Founding members include companies from across the G20, including Apple, AP Møller Maersk, Dalmia Cement and Fortescue Metals Group. And new corporate members joined the Powering Past Coal Alliance, committing to accelerate the move away from coal power. And they include Indonesia's Indica Energy, Canada's TransAlta and HSBC. All in all, as a result of what we achieved at COP26, the ambition to restrain global warming to 1.5 degrees remains in reach. That is the goal set out in the Paris Agreement, in which countries committed to limit the rise in global temperatures to well below 2 degrees, pursuing efforts for 1.5 degrees, because the science says this will avoid the worst effects of climate change. And that ambition was in grave danger of slipping out of reach. But thanks to the commitments at COP, we can say with credibility that 1.5 limit lives. But its pulse is weak, and it will only survive if we act now to turn the commitments made at COP26 into action. So our absolute focus for the UK's COP presidency year is delivery. We need countries to honour their commitments in the Glasgow Climate Pact, improve the emissions reduction targets as necessary, and turn all their targets and commitments into clear delivery plans. And we will work closely with our friends and colleagues in the Indonesian G20 presidency this year to urge countries in that group to act. But we also need business and finance to honour the commitments that they have made and to take further action to clean up the real economy and show governments they are behind a clean future. Doing so is not only good for the planet, it's good for the bottom line as well. And the clear message coming from Glasgow is that the global economy is going green. Net zero is one of the clearest economic trends there has ever been, and that creates an enormous opportunity. Yet, it also creates risks for those firms that do not move with the times. What is more, consumers are increasingly concerned, and they expect companies to act on this issue as well. Last year, a survey was conducted amongst people in 14 countries, including 11 G20 nations. It found that almost 9 out of 10 people agreed that large companies have a responsibility to encourage governments to do more to address climate change. And this sentiment has increased dramatically in India, in China, the USA, in Germany, and in France. So I urge all of you here to act. Join the United Nations Race to Zero campaign if you've not already done so. Advocate action across the whole of your supply chain and make the case to your respective governments to deliver on their commitments and honour the Glasgow Climate Pact, so that your country is not left behind as the global economy goes green. 2022 must be a year of delivery, and I look forward to working with all of you in the B20 to make sure that is indeed the case. Thank you.
Another round of applause for COP26 President. Thank you very much, Alok, for your presidency and bringing the whole world to Glasgow to raise ambitions on climate actions and beyond. We heard your call to actions loud and clear, and let's race to net zero together. Also, best wishes for the prep of COP27 in Egypt in November. I think B20 Summit would be the perfect platform for global business community to assess progress from the Egyptian COP27 and raise this further in Bali. Achieving net zero won't be complete without circular economy. And we have the right person to nail just that. Let's hear from Andrew Forrest, Chairman and Founder, Fortescue Future Industries, on how to embrace circular economy practices. Andrew, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow attendees of the B20 Inception meeting. We all know why we're here today: to generate collaborative growth, to create an innovative global economy, and to forge an inclusive, sustainable future. And it's therefore my great honour to join you today from Western Australia to talk about Fortescue Future Industries and our commitment to furthering this aim in Indonesia by green, renewable electricity and hydrogen. Today, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's carbon footprint per capita is relatively low. But as Indonesia's growth accelerates, as it will do, driven by your nation's irrepressible and proper desire to continuously improve and improve sustainably, so too will your carbon emissions. You'll follow every nation. But you have an opportunity which every other nation didn't take. You need and you can ensure that your growth occurs in step with decarbonisation, uncoupled from finite, polluting, natural fossil fuels. That presents Indonesia with an enormous and unprecedented opportunity, an opportunity which will grow global investment into Indonesia because you will become a world leader. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a $1 trillion green hydrogen market in North and Southeast Asia alone, which is coming our way. If we can develop the green hydrogen, if we can develop the energy, if we can develop Indonesia on that sustainable basis I spoke of. Asia alone will have over 1 million hydrogen fuel cell cars on the road by 2030. 60% of the world's ammonia fertilizer and explosives are consumed right here in Asia, all of which could be replaced with green hydrogen-based alternatives. And by green hydrogen, I'm obviously talking about hydrogen which is not made from fossil fuel, hydrogen which is zero pollution, hydrogen which comes from totally renewable energy, and that's Indonesia. 70% of the world's steel is made right here in Asia, accounting for some 7% of all global emissions, which is slowly strangling our planet. All of which could be produced without that strangulation on our climate using sustainable green hydrogen. 80% of the world's bulk shipping fleet refuels in Asia. Green ammonia could replace over 500 million tonnes of that heavy fuel oil per year. The writing is on the wall, and in 2021, Fortescue transitioned, after so many years of forward planning, from being a pure play iron ore producer, one of the largest in the world, to multi-Australian billion-dollar green hydrogen technology and manufacturing company. Now, in 2022, with all that pioneering work done, we're getting on with the real work itself, creating all those words into action, in Australia and Indonesia, particularly with our friends in Indonesia, and of course around the world. It is on generating our first green molecules of green hydrogen right here. It's on working with Indonesia to develop its vast renewable supply to generate green hydrogen and other green industries all over Indonesia and sell that product for Indonesia's benefit all over the world. We will break ground on an electrolyser factory in Queensland to double the world's capacity of electrolysers and bring the costs right down. And as soon as we get permission, we'd like to establish an electrolyser factory right here in Indonesia. When we've got that green industry going, the very first thing we'll need then is to produce Indonesian electrolysers for export to the world and for use right here, creating Indonesian jobs and Indonesian local work. We're also exploring the feasibility of repurposing 2 major coal-fired power stations in Australia, which account for some 40% of emissions from Australia's largest state, New South Wales, and turning them into green hydrogen facilities. And in 2022, we'll also put our first ship to sea this year, powered by totally green ammonia. This year, we'll also put our first ship to sea powered by totally green ammonia, years in front of the rest of the world. We'll have green hydrogen fuel cells in our fleet of Fortescue haul trucks, and we'll continue to develop locomotives that run on green ammonia. And in Australia, we're partnering with customers to trial green iron ore production using renewable electricity, technologies and methods developed within Fortescue right at home. In short, Fortescue is committed to becoming the world's largest vertically integrated green energy and green industry and manufacturing company, all driven by that ambitious industry-leading net zero by 2030 emissions target for our currently heavy emitting industrial company. But we're not just committed to enabling the global energy transition. We are leading from the front, taking the first steps, because we now have the experience, we now have the resources, the resilience, and the relationship to do so successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has within its reach a practical, implementable, and commercial solution to global warming. Not fairy tales, not dreaming, but practical, implementable solution to global warming. And I would like to see Indonesia as that global leader in producing green hydrogen. Not any kind of hydrogen, not from fossil fuels, which makes the problem so much worse, is just window dressing, but from the green, pollution-free, emissions-free hydrogen that can be made right here in Indonesia. We see champions in your cabinet, in your parliament, in your leadership, and in the private sector who can lead Indonesia's transition. I'm asking them to step up, and I'm asking you to support them. Australia is committed to working with our friends in Indonesia and across Asia, and with our colleagues, our customers, and our great friends who together, working with Fortescue Future Industries, will create these new industries, will accelerate the transition to net zero, and bring our 2 regions even closer together. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Andrew. I would like to highlight Andrew's point on Indonesia's capability to stop global warming. It is not fairy tales, but the practical, implementable solution to global warming. This shows that our country has what it takes. In closing, first, I would like to say it is indeed an honor to chair this session. This session has brought together global thought leaders from various G20 countries. We talk about climate solutions, climate finance, net zero transition, just transition, carbon markets, circular economy, and climate actions. Please, again, join me to give a huge round of applause for our distinguished speakers. Hope to see you all in person at B20 Summit in Bali. President of COP26 also shared key call to actions to global business community in this decade of delivery and to seize opportunities as the global economy is going green. Personally, we are at the Bakri Group has embarked on an ambitious transition journey ourselves as entering the 80th anniversary this year. We too are recalibrating, redoubling, and reimagining into the future, investing in renewable, mainly in solar, EV heavy mobility, smart prefab housing, and fintech supply chain finance. We believe in reimagining into 3C, climate, COVID, capital trends. And I'm pleased that many members at CADIN are also transforming and accelerating their net zero journeys. And it is the right moment for B20 Indonesia to mainstream these efforts so that businesses across G20 economies can join forces to ride into net zero future. Tonight's B20 Inception, importantly, will look to you in shaping concerted efforts in driving net zero sustainability transition advocacy in the lead up to the B20 summit. Yes, this also means our B20 Indonesia commitment in bringing the net zero baton from Glasgow to Bali. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting to connect to U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, Mr. John Kerry, we will present you a video presentation.
Inspired by the everlasting golden rays of the sun, which gives light and life, Eka Cipta Wijaya began his business, now known as Sinar Mas, in the city of Makassar in 1938. Fueled by the founder's passion and indomitable spirit, Sinar Mas has now flourished into 7 main pillars of business that provide products and services to cater to daily necessities. First, Asia Pulp and Paper. Paper has become an integral part of daily life, from stationery to food packaging. To cater to this demand, Asia Pulp and Paper, Sinar Mas or APP, Sinar Mas, produces paper pulp, paper, tissue and plastic packaging, with sales to over 150 countries, while applying principles of sustainable forest management. Second, agribusiness and food. To cater to the demand for high-quality food and nutrition, Sinar Mas Agribusiness and Food has successfully produced high-quality palm oil derivatives. Sinar Mas, through Golden Agri Resources, operates integrated palm oil estates, which focus on sustainable production of palm oil, while increasing production of high value-added goods, such as biodiesel, a renewable and sustainable fuel. Third, Sinar Mas Land. Everyone aspires to have a nice and comfortable home. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Land, which operates in the developer and real estate sector, has developed a number of successful integrated towns and smart cities. Sinar Mas Land also develops hotel, industrial and business districts, as well as trade and shopping centres in Indonesia, other Asian countries and Europe. Fourth, financial services. Economic activities are part and parcel of our everyday lives. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Financial Services, provides various services which include insurance, securities, multi-finance, banking, and other services to provide integrated solutions for the community. Fifth, communication and technology. Likewise, communication has become an indispensable part of everyday life. In the telecommunications sector, SmartFriend has emerged as the leading provider for telecommunications services, including cellular data. Furthermore, the arrival of My Republic has enhanced its offering with the provision of triple play services. In line with rapid technological advancement and digital transformation, Sinar Mas is steadfast in pursuing innovation and has spread its wings in the digital sector. Sinar Mas believes that technology innovation will play a critical role in shaping the future. Sixth, energy and infrastructure. Energy is essential to life. For this reason, Sinar Mas Energy and Infrastructure is a business pillar engaged in electricity generation, coal mining and trading, infrastructure and multimedia. 7. Healthcare. Sinar Mas continues to strengthen its commitment in the healthcare sector. Sinar Mas believes that access to quality healthcare is the foundation of a nation's resilience. In addition, Sinar Mas is dedicated to strengthening education initiatives so that the quality of skilled human resources can be improved. Through various social initiatives, Sinar Mas also endeavours to support the welfare of the community to build a better Indonesia. Every single one of Sinar Mas's business enterprises is established as an independent entity based on the same values and history, and as a brand, Sinar Mas is managed by the President Office, which bridges communication within the business pillars of Sinar Mas, as well as with external parties. Based on integrity, positive attitude, commitment, continuous improvement, innovative and loyal, Sinar Mas continues to grow both on the national and global scale. Sinar Mas, the nation's asset for the people's welfare.
The micro, small and medium enterprises or MSME sector plays an important role as the backbone of the national economy. Sampurna has long been committed to the development of MSMEs in Indonesia and in 2008 established the Sampurna Retail Community (SRC) to develop traditional retailers. In 2021, SRC members have reached 160,000 retailers spread across 34 provinces throughout the country. Development programs range from education and direct assistance on store and financial management, business development, distribution support for other MSME products through to digital skills training. Retailer members are also equipped with the IO SRC application to help increase MSMEs' competitiveness, as well as expanding their businesses and market access amidst the digital transformation era. During the pandemic, SRC members are also trained and encouraged to implement health and safety protocols. Together, we can help advance and strengthen MSMEs in Indonesia.
To connect with Mr. John Kerry. And again, we would like to also thank the sponsors of B20 Indonesia 2022 Inception Meeting. Our main sponsors are PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, Sinarmas, and also our bronze sponsors, Bakri Group and PT HM Sampurna Tbk. We already connected with U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. Please welcome the Honorable John Kerry.
Hello, everyone. Let me first thank President Jokowi for his leadership and partnership. And I want to congratulate Indonesia for making clear that your G20 presidency will include a major focus on sustainability and confronting the climate crisis. I also want to acknowledge the partnership of Coordinating Minister Hartarto, Kadin President Rashid, and Indonesia's B20 President Shinta Kamdani, and many others. Thank you all for being part of this effort. I'm very grateful to have an opportunity to offer a few comments as you kick off this critical B20 meeting. Throughout 2022, I hope I'm going to have the chance to visit with many of you in Indonesia and around the globe, because we need to build on this gathering as we turn this 2022 into a year of action and ambition. We all know that this is the central challenge of our time. It really is. It's existential. We say that. Now we have to respond as if it is. And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of our climate fight. But we also know that we can only succeed and meet our climate goals by working closely together, and particularly with the business community. The truth is that at the moment, none of us are moving with the urgency we need to get there. And that's not my judgment. It's the scientists, the outside observers who are pointing it out day in and day out. We need to change that. Fortunately, thanks to unprecedented ambition at Glasgow and coming out of COP26, we really have made progress. We emerged with a consensus text that is redirecting the Paris parties to the 1.5 degree target. That's really important. And countries representing fully 65% of global GDP have aligned their climate goals with the 1.5 degree target. Pledges delivered by the United States and other nations went a lot further. On methane, for instance, 110 countries, including Indonesia, are part of the Global Methane Pledge launched by President Biden and the EU in order to cut methane 30% globally this decade. That means not each nation doing 30%. It means globally all of us will contribute to getting a 30% reduction. It happens to be the single fastest action that we can take to limit warming. On land and agriculture, countries like Indonesia are limiting deforestation and investing in a sustainable future. In Glasgow, we also finished the Paris Rulebook, securing critical transparency and accounting rules, which will help business be able to navigate the road ahead in these next months and years. And finally, we began to secure the finance that we need for this transition. The fact is that the experts are telling us we will need in the vicinity of $3.5 to $4.5 trillion a year for the next 30 years. And that money doesn't exist in the governments. It will come from private sector investment and from all of us encouraging the private sector to be able to come to the table and literally invest and be able to make money from the production of power or transportation where there are revenues which will support global financing. We launched in Glasgow a very important initiative called the First Movers Coalition. It's a coalition of about 34 leading companies in the world. And half of the emission reductions of this century are going to come from technologies that aren't yet ready for the market. They're there, they're just not able to be brought to scale yet. So the demand signals that come from the First Movers Coalition, we think are capable of changing that. For example, Maersk, largest container shipper on the planet. Maersk is ordering zero carbon ships. And 8 of the ships that they next order are going to be zero carbon. Volvo has decided they're going to build cars with green steel. And so they have said that 10% of the steel they buy will be green, sending a message to the marketplace about creating green steel. United Airlines has said they're going to use cleaner fuel in their jets, and they have committed that their 5% of the fuel will be at least 85% free from emissions. So taken together, if all of this is fully implemented, we've been told by the International Energy Agency that that will limit temperature rise to 1.8 degrees Celsius. And that's a message to all of us, my friends, about the possibilities that we really can reach out and get this done if we do things that we know we must do. All of what I just described is progress. But now we need to go further and we need to go faster. We are still behind in our efforts to retire outdated coal and to identify methane leaks and accelerate progress across the board. So we need to implement the commitments that have already been made, plus more. I also would add that there are about 300 gigawatts of power being brought online by building coal-fired power plants at a very time when the IEA also tells us we need to retire at least 870 gigawatts of coal-fired power over the next 8 years. So this is really where you come in. The IEA tells us we need to invest up to $4 trillion every single year in the clean energy transition to meet our climate goals and secure a healthy planet. No government on earth has that kind of money. So we have to reach that level with the private sector fully engaged. We need research, development, demonstration, and deployment grants from governments. But we need angel investment from philanthropies. We need venture debt and equity from venture capital firms. And in addition to financing solar and wind farms and retiring coal plants, we need capital to invest in innovation. 2021 was actually a record-breaking year for climate tech venture capital. About $40 billion was invested. But actually, we need much more in order to scale dozens of technologies, from clean ships to direct air capture of carbon, to longer battery storage, to clean hydrogen. We need to deploy all of these technologies, not just in the United States, but in Indonesia, in Vietnam, in South Africa, and everywhere else. My friends, that will require blended finance packages and governments to help de-risk critical investments. It will require us to find some concessionary money in order to help in that de-risking. The good news is this is doable. We can do all of this, but only if we work together more closely than ever before. The private sector showed up in a remarkable way in Glasgow. We need to keep showing up. We need you to keep showing up in Indonesia and later this year at COP27 in Egypt and well beyond. That, my friends, is what you are going to engage in today, and I wish you well. You have my best wishes on a successful conference, and may we all push the curve to implement as fast as possible and to raise our ambitions as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John Kerry. I'd like to sum up today's event. Businesses have a vital role in various forms and aspects, and together we can shape discussions, policies to promote socioeconomic growth, reduce disparity and inequalities, also to push innovation and promote sustainable development. And B20 Indonesia is into making tangible contributions in resolving the crisis and establishing a new global paradigm. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived to the end of today's event. On behalf of the B20 and Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry Kadin, we would like to extend our profound gratitude and sincere thank you for your participation and attendance today at the B20 Inception meeting agenda. You can also follow B20 on social media. And on LinkedIn is B20 Indonesia. The Instagram account is @the B20 Summit. And Twitter @B20. Also, we are on Facebook @the Business 20. My name is Andini Effendi. Stay safe and stay healthy. And good evening from Jakarta.